enough to got it. Okay, am I audible enough to participants? Can you just say something so I know that maybe my mic needs to be fixed or not?
I can hear you, Smisa.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sean, for confirmation. Colleagues, I think it's just before 9 o'clock, so we will try to start the session exactly at 9 o'clock due to time. You know, when you're having these visual platforms, you need to be conscious of time. I know that sometimes when you're on the face-to-face, you know, sometimes you can get away with time, you know, but now on this visual platform, time is quite important. Hence, I'm asking the presenters today that they need to be aware of the time and make sure that they keep into time. And I've noticed that all the students have been given 10 minutes time, which I think it's more than enough to go through your presentation. And my advice would be just to spend most of your time on the result. You know, I'm not saying that other sections are not important, but the result part are quite vital, you know, because that's what your study was trying to uncover in the first place. So 10 minutes is enough. Try to finish your presentation at least between 7 or 8 minutes. So then the last 2 minutes can be used, you know, by our audience to ask you questions. And to people who are known, who would be not presenting, can, if you've got question, please, you know, even if you can't raise your hand and
Hello, colleagues. Yeah, I think we've lost Miso. He's in the municipal offices, so there might be his connectivity is a bit dodgy. But I think he had kind of got through to where he needed to. Preshnee, would you like to sort of step in here, or would you like me to take over until we get Miso back?
Okay, colleagues, I'm back. I guess that you lost me for a couple of seconds, so I'm not sure what's happened.
Yeah, we did. Thanks, Miso. We did, yeah.
All right. So I was welcoming everyone to today's symposium for 2021, and then we. Jeez, am I still audible? Am I back to online?
We can hear you, Miso.
Colleagues, can you confirm if I'm back or not?
We can hear you, Miso.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
Miso, we can hear you. Can anybody hear me? Because I'm.
We can hear you,
Sean.
Okay. Yeah, I've just sent Miso a message telling him that we can hear him, but he hasn't sort of picked up the message yet. Maybe what we can do is we can get going with the program, and I'll just communicate with Miso on the telephone just to let him know.
Okay, thanks, Sean. I'm back now.
Oh,
sorry.
Excellent. Thanks, Miso.
No, I'm sorry. So I decided to use my dongle because it seemed as if the internet connection might not be that stable. So I'm sorry about that. Thank you, colleagues, you know, and then I'm sorry about the technical glitches. You know, I think it goes back to what I was saying earlier that, you know, these visual platforms, you do get these technical glitches. Hence, sorry. So hence it's quite important to keep time. So we've got 4 presenters on the first session: Refilwe, Carla, Spindile, as well as Spesihle. And then the first presenter will be Refilwe, and then that presentation will be run through Preshnee, if I'm not mistaken. Preshnee can confirm. Okay, colleagues, am I audible enough, or I'm still?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Because Linda was saying that she can't hear me, right? So, okay, thank you. So we've got 4 presenters, as I was indicating earlier. So the first speaker would be Refilwe, and it will be a run through Preshnee's laptop. So Refilwe, can you start the presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Smiso. Am I audible? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, Refilwe, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I think just thank you to Smiso as well. Yeah, just to reiterate what Smiso said, you know, from a year that was laced with lockdowns and lootings and everything in between, it really is a privilege to be able to share my work with everyone today. So I'll just be taking you through the ridge to reef approach of plastic transportation in Itaquini. Next slide. Thank you. So the marine debris is identified as a risk to biodiversity and economies and human health as well. And this is because 80% of the marine debris that we find is in fact plastic. And of that, you know, translates to about 8 million tons of plastic deposited into our oceans on an annual basis. And this is important because, you know, not only because of the aesthetics value that plastic does really take away, but also because plastics do tend to break down into smaller particles called microplastics that have a potential to accumulate various toxins into the system, you know, and the food chain that also includes humans. And with us being from, you know, COP26, which was a big conference on climate change, it really did highlight the importance of the ocean as a major carbon sink. And we really are interested in finding what function or what role plastic has in impeding you know, the role of the ocean as a carbon sink as well. So next slide. The objective of our study was to use field sampling to measure the distribution and movement of plastic waste through the ridge to reef of Itaquini, but also to understand the consumer-producer relationship with plastic pollution in Itaquini. And our outputs were a comprehensive data set of plastic on land, rivers, and the coastal interface, as well as the ocean in Itaquini. And also we from that, we got 2 reports, 2 documentaries, and we also hope to produce 2 publications by early next year as well. So the outcomes of our study was to establish a clear linkage between land-based waste management and losses into the marine environment, with hopes to identify opportunities for waste management and valuing plastic to create alternative livelihoods. Next slide. Our methodology included it was divided into 2. So we had surveys and interviews for the qualitative analysis, and we used trolls and transects for the quantitative part of our study. The surveys included online participation by consumers and also personal in-person interviews for the consumers. With the transect methodologies, we just used field analysis methodologies as well. For the survey outcome, we found that 60% of the public reported to not to actually be familiar with the 10 single-use plastics, and those were between the ages of 20 to 39, while about 31% of students or teenagers and elderly people reported to not even know of the 10 single-use plastics. So there's a lot of opportunities for education and awareness in that area. We also, just from the respondents found that, 20% of the people reported to be likely to pick up litter in the streets, while 29% of the people reported to not be likely to pick up litter. And of those people who reported to not be likely to pick up litter, 80% of them were in urban townships, which comes as no surprises there. But what was quite interesting from the stats was the people that were most likely to see litter also reported that they were not likely to pick it up in the streets. So that was something that was a little bit obvious, but then also we didn't expect people to be honest. Another interesting finding was that, which was unexpected from our side, is 35% of the people responded positively to sustainable alternatives. In other words, a whole 65% were not likely to move away from single-use plastics anytime soon, and that they cited, COVID-19 as one major factor. So there's also opportunities there for innovations. From the producer interviews outcome, we did find that from the 1.7 million tons of plastics produced in South Africa annually, 1.4 million are from virgin active still, and only about 300,000 are from recycled material and renewable sources. So again, very huge opportunities for innovations in that field. And when asked whether the producers are quite likely to move away from plastic, the answer or the response we got from them was a resounding no. And again, the producers just responded to actually minimal viable options in the market. And the example they gave is, the soggy straw that everybody hates, that paper straw that just really gets soggy after 5 minutes into your drink. But again, also citing COVID-19, that because of COVID-19, consumers are driving plastic demand, well, single-use plastic demand, and are, just really demanding single wrap packaging with their products. For the qualitative or quantitative study, the methodology was similar for all the terrestrial substrates. We used transects. The only difference with the inland transects was that we had a set area of analysis for each transect, which was not necessarily the same for the river and also the oceans. So for the river transects, one of the challenges, or some of the challenges that we did come across was, some of the rivers were relatively remote and really difficult to navigate and access. But also, when you get folded rivers, it was also very challenging to understand where the start of the vegetation and river influence is, as you can see with the picture on your left. Okay. The same methodology was also used for coastal areas. The only challenge, or the one big challenge really with the coastal areas, is just that, as you can see, they would have such a very long sort of coastal line, and would probably just park there for hours on end trying to collect all the data. Next slide. So the data was collected using items list. So the items we were quite interested in were your PVCs and mostly plastics, but also other items were included in the data sheet, but also really the distance from the transects as well as the size classes were of interest to us. For the trawl samples, we used surface trawl sampling only, and we had 3 trawl lines of the mouth of Umgeni. Each trawl line was about 24 kilometers long and had about 3 stations, and within the 3 stations we also had like about 3 trawls, so a total of about 9 various stations or samples within each trawl line. Okay, for what's this now, statistical analysis, the CTD scan was used for physical chemical parameters. It will not be reported in the study because of time, but it will be made available in the report once it's published, hopefully by the end of the year. And also to ensure that we travel between about 2 to 3 meters, a flow meter was installed, and we used about a 300 micron mesh size net to sample our trawls. And again, as with the terrestrial samples, a data sheet that really just ensured that all the data was included was used. For some results, inland data was really quite interesting, in that the data came from the most litter was plastic. Well, there's no surprises there, was plastic. So all sorts of plastics, hard plastics, soft plastics, and other miscellaneous type of materials that did include plastic. But what came as no surprise was, again, what we did confirm with the surveys, that the urban townships were the ones that contributed a lot of debris, while rural areas and sort of urban areas, Hillcrest and sugarcane farms didn't contribute quite a lot. Yeah, so I think it really does confirm what the surveys did tell us as well. And for the river analysis, what we did see was that, again, plastics and different types of plastics, soft plastics and hard plastics, basically Coca-Cola bottles were really at the order of the day in rivers. So that's what we found mostly. And what was really interesting with the rivers was the remote rivers really seemed to have a lot of cloth more than plastic. I think this could be attributed to people doing their laundry in the rivers, or even, performing traditional sort of ceremonies in some of those remote rivers as well. For the coastal data, again, plastics were very high, hard plastics and soft plastics. And we did see that Beachwood, or South Beach and North Beach, did contribute the bulk of the litter, while the surprising element was Wilson's Wharf, which really didn't contribute much. And upon further investigation, we did see that there is an organization, or that really is stationed at the harbor, and it's really doing such great work there. And also, there is some data, daily data, that is being collected. So really adding to the scientific bucket there. Some trawl results, again, not much difference from inland. A lot of hard plastics and soft plastics. We did see a little bit of fibers coming through further into the ocean. However, what we really just noted was, contrary to what was previously understood, that fishing and shipping do contribute a lot in the ocean. Our results show that actually terrestrial input contributes more than shipping and fishing in the ocean. Some statistical analysis. What we saw was that only trawls 1 and 2 were correlated according to Pearson correlation, and all the other sites were not statistically correlated. That is in terms of abundance and distribution. So in other words, in terms the amount of data that you would get in inland and in the river and also in coastal is not the same. However, ANOVA did confirm no statistical difference in terms of debris type, meaning that the same amount of debris you get inland is the same amount of debris you get in all the 4 substrates. Okay, some findings and recommendations. So debris quantity and distribution is not the same among all 4 substrates. However, the composition is the same, meaning that the ridge to reef flow of data is from inland and indeed into the ocean. So the opportunity to innovate is from inland rather than from the ocean. And also legislation should probably just focus on inland innovations or inland regulation rather than offshore regulation of debris. Also, what we found from the surveys is that COVID-19 has heightened people's sensitivity to packaging, and also, really good opportunities for innovation from the production side, and, so that the production can really just reduce plastic waste. And we strongly believe that waste management initiatives should focus in urban townships areas so that we can both have, improvement of livelihoods as well as, innovations and curbing of plastic pollution in the future.
All right, sorry, Rafila, sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. Preshnee, can you move with the slides? Because I think Rafila, she's quite way ahead, because most of us are still stuck on, I think, methodology slides. I think riverine areas, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, just tell me where you are.
All right, I think she forgot to say.
Are you here? I'm not sure. Are you on this slide?
Okay, I had moved past that slide.
Okay. Are you here?
No, I'm actually right in the end.
Sorry, I didn't hear you say when to change them. Well, I'm not sure if they have been changing. Is this it?
Oh, okay. I think you are way behind. Behind me.
We do not have
Preshnee, just go through this. Preshnee, go through the slides slowly until she says stop.
Okay.
Okay, Preshnee, can I share my slides? Is that okay?
I think that's a better idea. I'm not sure what's happening on here.
Yeah, because I don't think you're even seeing my results. Okay. Can everybody see my slides?
Yes, we can. It's your screen, yeah.
Yeah, it's your screen.
On
Just
screen show.
Presentation mode.
Okay. I'm not too sure where you guys lost me.
Just proceed, we'll tell you. That's where is.
Okay, so yeah, I think maybe it's the results section that probably I should just start from. So this is the data sheets from the terrestrial substrates that I was talking about. And this just shows the offshore sampling that we did, the trawls that I did explain, the methodology. And this also is the different types of analyses that we did employ. And I did speak to the fact that we're not going to really report on it in this platform because of time, but we're going to include everything in the report. So this is the data sheet, or the data sheet for the offshore sampling. And as you can see, we were interested in the hard plastics, soft plastics, and different types of plastics, and really we're hoping to see some fishing lines and fishing nets in there, which we didn't. So some results, I think I can go a little bit slower here. So these are now the inland results that I was referring to, that what we did see was that the township or the urban townships were the ones that contributed a lot of litter, more than other parks. So you can see Hillcrest had absolutely nothing, and Tongat Sugarcane Farm, which is a rural space, had almost nothing as well. So here, the river samples, we did see again that plastic is quite high, but also the miscellaneous contribution from people washing and also traditional ceremonies were high. Yeah, so that's what we saw. And another thing here is Umgeni also, just didn't have a lot of contribution. And again, upon further investigation, we did see that there's a lot of non-profit organizations that really just dedicate their time to cleaning, meaning that the initiatives really do help with the reduction of litter, and that something can be done with what we see. For the coastal area, you can see the South Beach and North Beach are the ones that contributed a lot, and I did refer to Wilson's Wharf having not really just contributed a lot of debris, and which came as a surprise to us. And some trawl results also show that there's hard plastics and sort of terrestrial input of debris rather than offshore shipping and fishing being contributors. And some statistical analysis also did show that we use person correlation to understand the correlation between different trawls and between different substrates in terms of abundance and distribution. What we saw was that there was not really a lot of correlation amongst all of the substrates, excluding trawls 1 and 2. However, ANOVA did show no significant difference in terms of what type of debris is there or what type of plastic is there. So what you see inland is what you see in the river, is what you see in the coastal line, is what you see in the ocean. Really just supporting the ridge to reef transportation of plastic rather than the ocean to inland transportation of plastic. Some key findings and recommendations is that the debris quantity and distribution is not the same amongst all 4 substrates that we sampled. However, the debris composition is the same, meaning that the ridge to reef flow of data from inland to the ocean is quite evident. What we also found from the surveys is that COVID-19 has indeed heightened people's sensitivity to packaging, and innovation should ideally come from the production side, we feel, so that considerable change can be seen. And there's also waste management initiatives and opportunities for urban townships. And we think that legislation should really focus on those areas for better success. And just a parting thought, you know, a world with, I just wanted us to imagine a world with plastic versus a world without. And if we say yes to plastic, looking at 1950, there was no mass production of plastic. So there was a beautiful environment, happy life, healthy people. In the early 1980s, mass production started. In 2021, we found ourselves in, you know, beachfronts laden with plastics. And in 2030, it's predicted that, you know, even animals will find movement difficult without bumping into some plastic of sorts. And then, you know, by 2050, plastic pollution will be a pandemic, really. But then, you know, on a positive note, so we still have time to turn back the hands of time. By choosing sustainable packaging, we could really, again, see beautiful, you know, environments and beachfronts, and also animals can move freely. And we can go back to happy people, healthy life by the year 2050. And just finally, would like to really acknowledge everybody that contributed to the study. And yeah, also thank you everyone for the support as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Refila, and I'm sorry about the technical glitches, but anyway, these things are expected when you are doing these visual platforms. And thank you so much, colleagues, for your patience. And just before I'm allowing questions first, and I need to apologize, I didn't allow colleagues or give instruction for colleagues to introduce themselves on the chat box. And then I've said that a couple of people have taken that initiative. So if you haven't done that, can you please use the chat option just to tell us your name, where you are from? This will assist us in terms of record purpose as well as reporting. So because Refila, she's not just as much as we call her a student, but she's a postdoc, you know, so you'll understand that, you know, her work is quite intense. You know, I will allow to take maybe 2 pressing questions. You know, I will not do this for our students, but because Refila, she's a postdoc, you know, I'll allow for people to interrogate and make comments. So can I see with a show of hands, how many questions can we, or how many people are interested in asking Refila some questions? But if not, again, use the chat option to raise your question. So do we have anyone who wanna ask Refila some clarity seeking question? And if not, we can proceed to the next presentation. Or Sean, I see your hand.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I'll try to be quick because I know we already run out of time here. Lovely presentation, Refila. It really helps us understand the flow of plastics and the origin of it. In your survey with the survey that you did, it's very clear where we can now sort of direct our efforts at people. But did you get a sense of why they responded? Were you able to get any qualitative information about their attitudes to plastics, and particularly why they didn't feel strongly about plastics?
Thank you. I think, you know, the why part of it, it was various reasons, but COVID-19 came strongly. And also, you know, with producers, we're not really confident in the innovation that is out there. And, you know, the drive comes from consumers in any case. So if consumers are demanding single-use plastics, then there's no real motivation for producers to innovate, because they're driven by profit. So it really is, you know, just from producer driven, but also consumers, you know, particularly after COVID-19, even the ones that were previously convinced to use alternative means, also just decided or had been okay with using single-use plastics, it seemed.
Thanks, Refila. Maybe sort of in your sort of write-up that you do, you might give us as the city some recommendations or how you think we can tackle that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks, Sean, and thanks to Refilwe. And okay, can I take another one? But before I do that, Terry, he's struggling with the internet connection, but he is raising a valid question to you, Refilwe. I'll just read right as it is from the chat option, so then you can respond. So I'll start. She's okay. Just okay, okay. Specific interest is if there is a correlation between what is caught in the litter booms and what was sampled along the rivers and the trawler lines. So that's what Terry is asking. Is there any correlation between the two?
The correlation in terms of abundance and flow, not the same. And you can understand that is because, you know, it's the same reason why we cannot model plastic, because plastic breaks differently. It has different densities, so it gets to be colonized. So in terms of abundance, then you can't really tell where plastic ends up. However, in terms of the type of plastic that is there, so there is direct correlation. So ANOVA showed that there's no difference really. So what you find in one substrate, you will find in another.
Okay, thanks for that response. I'm hoping that Terry did listen to your response. Thank you, Refilwe, for a wonderful presentation. But I think in the interest of time, we need to move. But it doesn't mean that people can't continue raising the questions using the chat option, which that's what I'm advising people to do that. And then the presenters, can you keep a close eye on the questions that you'll see that this question is addressed to you, so then you can respond to such questions while we are proceeding with today's program. Refilwe, can you stop sharing your screen so then we can proceed? And Preshnee, I think the next presenter, if I'm not mistaken, on my program is Carla Peterson. I think Carla doesn't need any introduction from us within the city. She used to do some work, with us, especially our department, DPCPD, and then she went back to school to do her master's. So Carla would be just taking us on some interesting stuff she's doing with UKZN. So I will not steal the limelight for him. Carla, you've got 10 minutes to take us through your presentation. Actually 8 minutes and then 2 minutes for people to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Siso. Okay, I'm still viewing.
Refilwe, let me just try to, okay. So you can start sharing yours, Carla.
Okay.
I assume, Sean, it's still your old hand, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, sorry.
All right, okay. Okay, I'll let you, Carla. Once we see your presentation, I see that you've started sharing, but it hasn't come through to us. Perfect. If you can just put it on a presentation mode, that would be perfect for us. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so morning, everyone. My study is on investigating impacts of sea level rise on coastal ecosystem services along the Itaquini Municipality coastline as a consequence of climate change, and to provide recommendations to enhance resilience. Sorry, I'm not sure why the slides are not changing. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so Global sea levels have risen through the 20th century and are expected to continue rising because of global warming. And the global mean sea level is also rising at an accelerating rate. Changes in sea level threaten coastal cities and communities, as well as coastal ecosystems. Ecosystems are essential to sustain life for all living organisms because of the valuable ecosystem services in which they provide. Biodiversity plays an important role in delivering these services and is crucial for ensuring the resilience of ecosystem functions and services. This research project focuses on sea level rise impacts on coastal ecosystems along the coastline of Itaquini Municipality. So in terms of sea level rise predictions, the IPCC projects that by 2100, the global mean sea level will rise from between 0.43 meters under RCP 2.6 and 0.84 meters under RCP 8.5. They also project that the rate of sea level rise will be 15 millimeters per year by 2100 under RCP 8.5. The Durban coastline may face sea level rise ranging from 0.3 meters under a low emission scenario and 1 meter under a high emission scenario by the year 2100. And the rate of sea level rise in Durban is 2.7 millimeters per year. The Durban climate change team has developed 3 sea level rise scenarios, which are 300 millimeters, 600 millimeters, and 1000 millimeters. The IPCC Working Group 1 report projects that Durban's emission trajectory is consistent with global warming of 2.4 degrees Celsius. Okay, my slides froze again. Okay. So this research endeavor is aimed at assessing the areas of risk and the potential loss of natural systems predicted by climate change induced sea level rise predictions for the Itaquini Municipality coastline. The objectives are as follows: to present and assess existing model predictions of sea level rise, to identify and map areas along the Durban coastline where sea level rise impacts are the greatest. This will include the predetermined setback line as per the KwaZulu-Natal Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs 100 meter from the high water mark, as well as the Etiquini municipality's predictions of various scenarios of sea level rise. To identify and map areas along the shoreline which are at high risk, here the Coastal Vulnerability Index will be used, as well as other available sources. To identify coastal ecosystems and infrastructure within the existing modeled sea level rise scenarios that are at high risk, and to provide recommendations that will enhance resilience. And lastly, to provide information to assist decision-making for the Itaquini Municipality Coastal Management Line. And this is just a map which is showing my study area of the Itaquini Municipality coastline. The methodology used was as follows. I did a review of...
Georgie.
Sorry? Okay, I did a review of secondary data and then made an assessment. I then mapped the high risk, medium risk, and low risk areas using ArcGIS. The Itaquini Municipality's valuations role was used to calculate estimated value of properties. Then the CVI maps were created on Coast KZN and were used for the risk assessment of sea level rise impacts on coastal ecosystems. Site visits at Sabaya Forest and Clansville Beach were conducted, which were coupled with ground truthing. A survey was also conducted to assess the impact of salt spray on milkwoods, or Mimosopsis caffra, the scientific name, between an area of open space and an area that's sheltered along the coastline. And lastly, existing management plans on how it has influenced vulnerability for the Durban coastline were used as a baseline to either improve pre-existing management interventions and or provide recommendations on new management interventions. Moving on to the results and discussion. Okay. I just want to bring up the pointer. Okay, so along the Itaquini Municipality coastline, coastal dunes at Isipingo Beach is one area at risk to future sea level rise impacts and associated extreme events. The Dakota formal settlement, which is a poor community, is situated herein and are vulnerable as they have limited protection from extreme climatic events. Therefore, addressing disaster risk and vulnerability is critical in protecting the lives and livelihoods of people, as well as infrastructure and development gain. For the Coastal Vulnerability Index analysis, built-up areas situated within the coastline and 100-meter high water mark, outlined in purple, are the most vulnerable to sea level rise impacts, as I'm showing on the map. Areas vulnerable to future sea level rise impacts were grouped according to regions, and developments occurring along the coast in the above mentioned areas within each region are at high risk to future sea level rise impacts. So this is just a continuum of map segments showing development and natural vegetation exposed to sea level rise impacts under the 100-meter high water mark in Umhlanga. This slide is showing the land use type and relative value assessment, but because of time, I'm not going to go in depth, but basically I just explained each of the land use type and their significance. The analysis of the potential loss of property, properties deemed to be at risk of sea level rise impacts were those that are located within the 300-millimeter sea level rise zone, as per the sea level rise various scenarios reported by Dr. Mather. The study identified a total of 112 properties in the zone that may be potentially impacted by a 300-millimeter rise in sea level. And the total estimated value of property loss is 629 million Rand. I hope that's the correct figure. And the total area of potential loss of properties is 34,000 meters squared. And then this is just showing a table of the estimated value of potential loss of properties in Amazimtoti using the data obtained from Itaquini Municipality's valuation role. And this was also done for the other suburbs along the coastline. So for the Itaquini Municipality, based on the current sea level rise estimations, it will take about 111 years for sea level to reach the 300-millimeter mark. So that's basically if this rate of sea level rise is still at 2.7 millimeters per year. So understanding and utilizing such information is useful for identifying those properties situated in the 300-millimeter area, which will be at risk to future sea level rise impacts and the associated extreme events. Moving on to the risk assessment of coastal ecosystem analysis. The study employed methods by the Palmer study to assess vulnerability along the Itaquini Municipality coastline. The physical parameters were measured on orthophotographs of 2019. The criteria for selecting areas of interest for this study are coastal ecosystems, namely dunes and forests, that contain Mimosopsis caffrey trees, which is a protected species, areas situated in the high-risk zone as per the Coastal Vulnerability Index, and areas that provides coastal protection to property and infrastructure. The final sites chosen were Sibaya Forest and Clansdale Beach. So in terms of the results, what was found, in both Sibaya and Clansdale, areas within the high vulnerability have narrow beaches. Therefore, they are more vulnerable to sea level rise impacts and extreme weather conditions because the narrow beach width or the capacity of these beaches to dissipate wave energy is reduced. For dune width, in the high-risk zone, both Sibaya and Clansdale sites have narrow dunes. It was noted that in Sibaya there is little to no development. However, in Clansdale, there are properties situated on top of the dunes near the shoreline. In Clansdale, there is a railway line as well as properties behind the back beach, which may impede the movement of dunes landward. In Sibaya, the area within the high-risk zone obtained both moderate and low CVI values for distance of vegetation behind the back beach. Therefore, this can accommodate for dune migration. In Sibaya, areas that have a distance to the 20-meter isobar is less than 1 kilometer and is therefore highly vulnerable to sea level rise impacts and associated extreme events due to less wave energy being dissipated and reaching the shoreline. In Clanstle, on the other hand, areas demarcated as high have a distance between 1 to 2 kilometers. And lastly, in Sibaya and Clanstle, areas that ranked high have little to no rocky outcrop, which makes it vulnerable to sea level rise impacts. Beaches that have rocks and cliffs are more resistant to erosion and sea level rise compared to muddy and sandy beaches, which are vulnerable to sea level rise. So the value of coastal ecosystems in terms of protecting the coastline was explored in the study. And for this study, the parameters in determining risk were adapted by looking at the type of ecosystem, the condition of ecosystems, and the slope of the landscape adjacent to the beach for both Sibaya and Clanstle. And the underlying geology of the terrain was discussed. Based on scientific evidence of previous studies, a vegetation index for coastal ecosystems at risk for Itaquini municipality was established, as seen in this table. And the parameters of this index are generalized so that it can be applied to most parts of the world. In addition to the coastal vulnerability index, this vegetation index can be used for assessing ecosystems at risk and will help give a better sense of the resilience of ecosystems to coastal storm events. Sorry, it froze again, my slides.
Carla, I'm hoping
Yes.
that you are right at the end. Otherwise, to resolve the issue of slides being frozen, maybe you can take it out of the presentation mode if you are left with 1 or 2 slides.
Okay.
Yeah, because maybe that might be the problem. I didn't say stop sharing.
Sorry. Let me just go back. Okay.
Yeah, yes. And please just try to wrap up because your time, yeah, yes.
Okay, so basically this was looking at both the sites. Do an analysis of the Mimosop Caffra trees was conducted along transects, looking at abundance, dieback, tree growth, and tree heights in 20-meter intervals. And what I found was that in both sites, there's abundance of trees within the first 20 meters, and it declines as you move further away from the shoreline. Dieback was very significant within the first 30 meters of the transect, which was more notable in evident in Sibaya, whereas in Clanstle there was little to no dieback. And in terms of the tree growth, majority of the trees are tilting landward. This may be due to the impact of wind shear, which could have impacted on the direction in which the trees are growing, especially those on the windward side. And lastly, tree heights. Trees closest to the shoreline are short in height and are young in age, which was noted in Clanstle Beach. And as you move further away, the trees are generally taller in height and older in age. And then in terms of the survey on assessing the impact of salt spray, these were the null hypotheses for the study. However, the study found that there is deterioration evident for Mimosop's Caffra, notably the front row of trees in Sibaya. However, no evidence further inland. The trees situated closest to the ocean in Sibaya are growing tilting towards the land, which may show that they're not tolerant to exposure of strong winds. And lastly, the trees may not be resilient to coastal development as their occurrence is very low within developed areas, or possibly these trees were removed for coastal development. And trees are found growing in abundance, as I mentioned, closest to the sea, where there's very little disturbance, such as no developments, particularly which was found in Clanstle. And a recent study by Jamie and others found that a group of fungi is the possible cause of dieback on these trees. And then in terms of recommendations, oh, and sorry, so in the previous slide, therefore the null hypotheses are rejected. And in terms of the recommendations for the study, a further study on Wolkwood is to better understand the dieback observed in the study, to not develop within a corridor that can accommodate for future expected sea level rise, future research on how risk to extreme events is handled. So that's looking at whether private property owners or private insurance companies bear the cost, identifying parts of the coastline where actions might be required more immediately, and to protect all areas which have a high calculated coastal vulnerability index score using a defend approach, and to ensure that there will be no interruption in sand flow from the approach used. Future studies, future research on applying the vegetation index to certain parts of the Itaquini Municipality coastline is necessary to get a better understanding of how vulnerable coastal ecosystems are to sea level rise impacts in Durban. And it can be more useful if the CVI can be applied outside Itaquini to neighboring municipalities. And this study can potentially become a PhD research project integrating, estimating the value of coastal ecosystem services, particularly coastal protection. And coastal dunes will be the main focus, as there is still little understanding of the level of protection discussed by this coastal ecosystem. And I'm not going to conclude here because it's just reiterating what I have discussed in the previous slides. Thank you.
All right, so thanks a lot, Carla. I understand that your project is covering different things, and I'm not surprised that there's a possibility or there's a potential for this study to be upgraded to PhD. So don't feel bad in terms of time. We always want to hear, as much as we are conscious of time, but at the same time we are interested in what you guys are doing. Because it won't make sense to cut you off and then not hear what you have to say. But not saying that people can spend 20 minutes on their presentation. So because you took all your time that was allocated to you, I'm tempted not to allow people to ask questions, but again, I'm advising them to use the chat option, to ask specific questions based on your study, or maybe they can give you an email, if they've got a specific interest. So on that note, I think I'll relieve you, but you can again engage with our audience if they're asking you questions pertaining what you have been doing. Thank you so much for sharing that fantastic presentation, and hopefully whether you take that offer to upgrade the project to a PhD, or someone might be interested to continue where you left and then take the study to another level to PhD. Thank you. Preshnee, can you bring back the program again, so then I'll know who's the next presenter. But colleagues, I just want to reiterate that in terms of time, we are not doing well. But again, when we are doing these sort of engagements, we need to again understand the technical glitches and the technical challenges. And at the same time, students, and compared to last year, where most students were still presenting their proposal, they haven't done work, but now they are finishing their studies. So now it's quite intensive. So now please bear with us, because at the same time, we don't want to cut them off. The next presenter is Spindile Mchali, looking at a characterization of groundwater. Again, I will not steal your limelight, Spindile, over to you, and again keep a close eye on time, and then try to focus your effort mainly on the result, because I remember most of you, I think if not all of you, did have this presentation on our previous symposium. So what you are more interested in is the results, because back then you were still trying to collect, you were still busy with the collection. So now we are quite interested in the results section. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pengu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
Can I please share my screen, Preshnee?
Yes, you can, ma'am. Please.
Thank you. Are you able to see? Hello?
We can hear, we can
Yes,
see
we
it.
can. Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pindile Mjali, supervised by Professor Mula Damley. Today, I will be enlightening you with a summarized version of my research titled The Characterization of Groundwater and Surface Water Interaction in an Urban Setting, the case of the Itaquini Metropolitan District, Eastern South Africa. The increase in population has resulted in water supply demand for domestic, industrial, and agricultural use. South Africa is a water scarce country, receiving an average annual rainfall of about 450 millimeters per annum, which is below the world's average of about 860 millimeters per annum. The city expansion is proceeding rapidly due to rural to urban population migration and economic development. The urban development has been putting strain on cities' ecology and changing the mode of groundwater and surface water interactions, groundwater recharge, and water quality. These impacts of urbanization on groundwater and surface water interaction in the Itaquini Metropolitan District, including the impacts on groundwater-dependent ecosystem, are not well understood. Therefore, understanding water resources, their interaction, and conceptual understanding of the impacts of urbanization on the occurrence and circulation of water is very important to manage water resources in an urban setting. The statement of the research program states that rapid urbanization and consequent infrastructure development are changing the mode of groundwater and surface water interaction and threatening groundwater-dependent ecosystem. These impacts of urbanization on groundwater and surface water interaction in the Itaquini region, including the impacts on groundwater-dependent ecosystem, is not well understood. The research hypothesizes that groundwater interact with surface water within the greater Itaquini metropolitan region, where groundwater sustain wetlands, contributing to the base flow of rivers along riparian areas, and surface water in some areas replenish groundwater reservoirs. Research aims to understand groundwater and surface water interaction in the greater region and understand the impacts of urbanization thereof. The specific objective of the study are to characterize groundwater and surface water interconnection in the region, to identify and map areas characterized by groundwater-dependent wetlands, and lastly, to develop a conceptual model for groundwater surface water interaction in the greater Itaquini metropolitan region. Figure 1 shows a location map of the Itaquini metropolitan district, which is located in the eastern coast of South Africa, covering a total area of about 2,555 kilometers squared with a population of 3.8 million people. It is the river, the study area is drained by 12 main rivers, covering a catchment area of about 4,000 kilometers squared and has 16 estuaries. Figure 2 shows the geological map of the study area, which extends back to 1.2 million years. The basement complex of the study area is the Natal Metamorphic Province, which comprises of granite gneiss, and it's overlain by the Natal Group sandstone and subordinate conglomerate, which is further unconformably overlain by the clastic sedimentary rocks of Ika and Dwika Group. And these rocks are heavily intruded by dororites, sills, and dikes. And the youngest units in the study area is the Maputo land and the Quaternary alluvium. Figure 3 shows the hydrogeological map of the study area, which has 8 hydrogeological relevant lithologies. The study area is part of the groundwater occurs in primary and secondary aquifers, and reporting and fracturing due to dolorite intrusion contributes to groundwater storage, circulation, and resource potential. Figure 4 shows the flow charts describing the methods and material used for the study, where the study started by reviewing existing information from historical data and literature. The hydrometeorological data was collected from the South African Weather Services, and the groundwater and surface water sample data were collected from government-based and private companies. Field study was undertaken where groundwater and surface water samples were measured using the TLC deep meter and collected using the polyethylene bottles. The samples were later then transferred to laboratories where the hydrochemical parameters were analyzed at the Talbot laboratory in Pretoria, and the environmental isotopes were analyzed at the Itembe laboratory in Johannesburg. The data was then integrated and analyzed using various softwares, including WAT for the base flow separation, SAFA to draw the groundwater flow direction maps, ArcGIS to draw maps, AquaChem to analyze the hydrochemical-based data, and Coral Draw Suits X8 to draw the conceptual model. Figure 5 shows the relationship between temperature, evaporation, and rainfall, where the temperature has an average of 25.07 degrees, evaporation has an average of 983 millimeters per annum, and rainfall has an average of 995.7 millimeters per annum. From the graph, it is observed that during summer seasons, temperature is high, which will make evaporation also be relatively high, leading to high rainfall. And during winter seasons, around May, June, July to August, the temperatures are low, also the evaporations, and leading to low rainfall. Figure 6 shows the digital elevation model groundwater flow direction and drainage map across the study area, where groundwater flow from high elevated western region to the lower elevated eastern region towards the Indian Ocean. Groundwater flow, I'm not sure if you can see, but groundwater flow direction, groundwater flow vectors converges at rivers and along the wetlands, and this indicates groundwater and surface water interaction. However, groundwater flow vector is also diverges at topographically high elevated regions, indicating recharge areas, which is usually due to heterogeneity and anisotropy of the geological material. And lastly, groundwater flow direction is important for water management. For water management plan, as it identifies regions of groundwater recharge and discharge, and also identifies potential contamination flow paths. Figure 7 shows figure 7.8 shows the distribution of the 3 gauging station along the Umgeni River, and figure 7A, B to D shows the stream hydrograph, where the base flow is separated from the total stream discharge along the Umgeni River, showing that relatively upstream there's low discharge rate, with the discharge rate of 78.6 meter cube per second, indicating a losing stream and increasing downstream to the second gauging station here, which it is shown and in graph figure 7C, where it's increasing downstream to gauging station C with discharge rate of 320 meter cube per second, indicating gaining streams where groundwater discharges and feeds surface water bodies along the reaches. And lastly, the third gauging station, which is found just beneath the dam, here in the dam, the discharge rate is low due to flow regulations by dam. Figure 8A shows the piper-trilinear plots, which reveals that groundwater is characterized as sodium chloride bicarbonate water, in contrast to surface water with sodium potassium bicarbonate being the dominant water type. Figure 8B is the Durban diagram. It shows that water chemistry is influenced by dissolution and mixing processes which are taking place around this area. And the figure 8C, which is the Scholar diagram, plots the hydrochemistry of groundwater streams and springs parallel to each other, as you can see from the graph, indicating similar composition. And from this data, it is concluded that as the data is more or less similar for groundwater and also for surface water, this indicates the interaction between the two and that they may probably have the same origin. Figure 9 shows the environmental isotopes plotted along the global. It is plotted along the global, the orange line, and the local meteorological water line, which is the purple line. And this indicates that the precipitation is the recharge source of water in the study area, where the isotopic values of all water samples for both groundwater and surface water, they range from -15 to -15.8 to 15.6 per mil for deuterium, and -4 to 2.22 per mil for oxygen 18. The presence of groundwater, because groundwater samples are mainly distributed around the depleted site. However, due to infiltration and evaporation that may take place prior to groundwater infiltrating to the ground, some groundwater samples become enriched, and they will have the heavy isotopic signals, which this gives us an indication of surface water and groundwater interaction. And the spring samples are highly enriched. The sample is highly enriched with isotopic signature, giving an indication of possible evapotranspiration. And figure 10 shows the relationship between groundwater flow vectors and the rivers, where figure 10A shows that stream occur above the water table. As you can see, the stream is above the water table and effectively recharging the underlying aquifer where groundwater is found, creating a losing stream. So there's an interaction between the two in that case. And for figure 10B, you can see that groundwater flow from high hydraulic head to low hydraulic head, where its discharges to surface water depressions, in this case, such as rivers, showing the base flow that takes place. That's the same method that was used for also showing the interaction that takes place between the groundwater and the wetlands. In conclusion, correlation of hydrometeorological, hydrological, geological, hydrogeological, hydrochemical, and environmental isotope data helps identify zones of groundwater and surface water interaction. Groundwater flow vectors converges in surface water bodies such as rivers and wetlands, indicating the interaction between groundwater and surface water. This is also indicated by base flow that is relatively low upstream, indicating losing stream, and increasing downstream, indicating gaining stream. Hydrochemical and the environmental data obtained from groundwater is similar to surface water data, indicating the interaction that takes place between the two. However, these have a negative impact, as the pollutant indicators of surface water and groundwater from the chemistry obtained is noted that they are increasing towards the urban areas, and the increase in groundwater hydrochemistry concentration is likely related to recharge from domestic waste, water leakage, industrial waste leakage, and related land uses. And the continuous deterioration of surface water is due to human impacts, which include agricultural activities, urban and industrial development, mining, and recreation. It is recommended that continuous monitoring of stream flow and installation of new gauging stations along the main rivers are recommended to improve the base flow estimation of the catchment. The continuous groundwater level monitoring and installation of new monitoring well in the urban centers are required to obtain groundwater flow and hydrochemical data, and proper management of pollutant-rich water resources is required to avoid cross-contamination. And lastly, it is also recommended that a policy must be implemented to govern zones of groundwater and surface water interaction in order to control the level at which the pollution move from one place to another. Thank you for your attention. These are the references. And lastly, thank you for the REP committee for funding my studies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Aspindile. So I think you did quite well in terms of time, but again, and just a caution to my students, try to focus most of your presentation on from methods to results, the background, I think we are covered. So on that note, can I allow maybe one or two hands? Again, if not, we can proceed. but I'm hoping that colleagues might have pressing questions that they might want to pose to Spindile. But if not, again, we can proceed, just to make sure that we are trying to catch up on the time. We are left with one presenter for the morning session. And then I'm hoping that, colleagues will understand that we'll try to limit the break time, from 15 minutes at least to be between 5 or 10 minutes, more like a comfort break, so then we can try to make up for the time that we've lost in earlier session, earlier during the first session. So do you have any pressing questions for Spindile? But if not, again, I always emphasize that to use the chat option, I think that might work well. Okay, so it seems as if we don't have any questions. And again, something that I forgot to mention, these technical glitches, sometimes you tend to not share the important information. So for those who are on a social network, Mal is doing a fantastic job in terms of tweeting this session as the presenters are covering their talks. So just go on Twitter and check Year-end Symposium. You can able to pick it up on Twitter section. Thank you so much to my team. We really appreciate that. And we'll move to the last presenter for this session. Because I don't see any hand. Preshnee, can you put the program again? So then I will know. Yeah, yes, it's the last presentation. So you'll realize that you're supposed to end this session at 10. Already it's after 10, so now we'll see how much time we are behind. So specifically, I was told, I'm hoping that or Miss, Miss, I'm not sure, you try to be quick, and so then we can try to make up for the time. We are 15, not even 15 minutes, I think we'll be 30 minutes behind the session. So Stole, please take us through and try again, not spend most of your time on the background introduction. Try to focus mainly on the methodology and the results. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pengu.
Yeah, my apology, especially it's me, sorry, thanks.
Yes, no problem. Okay, as Mr. Pengu has stated, my name is Sipesihle, and today my talk will be based on developing, my topic is developing an air quality early warning system for the Itaquini municipality. So just like weather, we need to know the status of the air we breathe in order to plan activities of the day. The accumulated epidemiological evidence provide a scientific background for regular assessment of air pollution related health risk within the Itaquini municipality. The Constitution of South Africa, Section 24, states that everyone has the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being. And this is the objective of the National Environmental Management Air Quality Act 39 of 2004, which is to give effect to the constitutional right in order to protect and enhance the quality of ambient air. So if an effective air quality warning systems are established, casualties and negative impact on human health, such as respiratory illnesses and death caused by heart attacks or lung cancers, can be greatly reduced. The Air Quality Index is a simplified tool for reporting daily air quality to the general public. The Air Quality Index will be used to provide the public with timely and easy to understand information regarding the local air quality. And a color-coded air quality will be used in order for the public to understand. So what does air pollution meant to say? Does to us human, actually. Exposure to the criteria pollutants such as particulate matter with diameter 10 or 2.5, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, and ozone can result in risks such as acute respiratory illnesses in children and lung cancer in adults. This is from the World Health Organization. So according to the Climate Transparency Report of 2020, almost 2,000 people die in South Africa every year as a result of outdoor air pollution due to stroke, heart disease, and other respiratory illnesses. So these sorry, these are the sources of air pollution at Itaquini Municipality. The aim of this study is to assess the sources of air pollutants and concentration of the criteria air pollutant as conditioned by weather and climate conditions, with ultimate aim of developing an appropriate air quality early warning system for the Itaquini Municipality. The specific objective is to assess the sources and concentration of the criteria pollutants and to propose the most suitable air quality index for Itaquini Municipality, which will be in line with both local, which is the national ambient air quality standard, and the international practices, which is the World Health Organization guidelines, in order to limit the health risk. So, and the last objective is to identify the most dominant air pollutants within the municipality. So this is my study area, the Itaquini Municipality. The red dots are the air quality monitoring stations. So my study area is located along the East Coast. It is in a region that receives more rain during summer, and it is home to approximately 3 million people. So station and data. This study has this study has used 12-month period data, which of the year 2020, and these are the considered pollutant within those stations, and all the data of the pollutants, we used a data recovery rate of 80%. So on methodology, to determine the exceedances, we used the NEX, the NAAQS, and the WHO as our threshold to determine to determine the number of exceedances in each and every station, in all the stations. Then after that, we determined the criteria pollutant by looking at the number of exceedances. Then after that, we used these were the pollutants that were used, and the carbon monoxide was excluded in the AQI because of its low emission that was recommended by the Department of Environmental Affairs. So we used a general linear equation to determine the AQI, and the maximum number of the AQI was used as the AQI of the pollutant was used as the AQI, and the AQIs were grouped in 4 seasons. So this is the health messages that the AQI gives if in case it falls within this ranges. So the results on the exceedances, they okay, the next, the number of acceptable exceedances for PM 2.5 and PM 10 as 4 times. So here in City Hall Station and in City Hall Station for PM 2.5 and PM 10, there were more number of exceedances which exceeded the standard number of acceptable exceedances, especially in winter. The number were very high for PM 2.5 and PM 10. And at St. Louis, for PM 10 and PM 2.5, the same trend, we've observed the same trend. The number of exceedances were very high. The concentration of PM 2.5 and PM 10, the concentration was very high, especially in winter season. At Wentworth, PM 2.5 and PM 10 were also very high in winter season. So the dominant pollutant here, it looks like it's PM 10 and PM 2.5. So in Settlers, SO2 and at Wentworth, the what is this? The number of exceedances were very high in spring. In spring, and they were very high also here in spring. But they didn't exceed the local standard, they only exceeded the World Health Organization guideline. And in winter for SO2 at Amazimtoti, the number of exceedances for SO2 were very high in winter, in July especially, and there were no number of exceedances recorded for both the threshold, the WHO, and the NACs in gangs or something like that. So the only exceedance at gangs was for NO2 in winter. It was high, and the number of acceptable exceedances for NO2 is 0 for hourly basis, hourly averages. So after this, after determining the exceedances, after determining the exceedances, a combined air quality index is proposed to reduce the health risk associated to the dominant air pollutant per area, such as the PM 2.5 was very high, PM 10 was very high. It varied in all the stations. So the first descriptor is based on the WHO guideline, and then the rest from moderate to hazardous is based on our local standards. Okay, sorry. So results from the AQI, they show that in situ hall, the AQI, the index was moderate in summer, autumn. It was in summer and autumn with PM 2.5 as a dominant. In winter, it was unhealthy with PM 10 as the dominant, and the highest point was 182 in July. And in settlers, the AQI was moderate with SO2 being the dominant pollutant. In autumn, it was moderate with PM 2.5 being the dominant, and in winter, the AQI reported that it was hazardous, and the highest point was 326 in July, recorded in July, which is winter. Then in spring, the AQI recorded that it was moderate with PM 10 as the dominant pollutant. At Wentworth Air Pollution Air Quality Monitoring Station. So at Wentworth in summer, the AQI reported that reported a moderate AQI, and with SO2 being the dominant. In autumn, the AQI was moderate as well with PM 2.5 this time around being a dominant air pollutant. In spring, the AQI was moderate with PM 10 being the dominant air pollutant, and in winter, the station recorded a very high AQI, a very unhealthy AQI with PM 2.5 being the dominant pollutant, and the highest points were in June and July, but July was the very highest point because of its AQI, which was 226. Then at Amazimtoti, the station we only took SO2, which was above the recovery rate of 80%. So here in summer, autumn, and winter, the AQI was good. It is green, it was good. But in winter, the AQI recorded a hazardous status, and the highest point of the AQI was 409, which was recorded in July. What was happening? We currently don't know. So at gangs, the AQI was moderate for summer, autumn, and spring. It was moderate with NO2 as the dominant pollutant. Then in winter, the AQI reported in unhealthy well, the AQI reported an unhealthy 4 sensitive group status, and the highest point was 138. And in Hambanati, the AQI was in summer, it was moderate. In winter, it was unhealthy for sensitive group. Sensitive group are elderly, if I didn't explain that, elderly, those with pre-existing medical conditions, such as those who are asthmatic, and those who have other respiratory illnesses. And the highest in winter and spring, the AQI was unhealthy for sensitive group, and the highest point were recorded in July, which was 119, and in November, which was 121. So due to summer and autumn, due to the results, summer and autumn, there were no health risk identified for the general public. However, the sensitive group, the AQI status recorded, we observed that they should take precaution across all the study area, or all the stations, or all the communities within those stations. Then for the winter season, the AQI status indicated that there were health implications associated with the dominant air pollutant identified at each site. So here, both in winter, both sensitive and general population were at risk, and they were vulnerable. Then during the spring season, the results show that only the sensitive groups were at risk. So this is a summary of what I was talking about on the previous slide, this slide. This is the summary. These are the health indicators of what is happening throughout the study period. So the analysis from the proposed Itaquini AQI show that communities residing in settlers Amazimtoti and Wentworth experience unhealthy to hazardous concentration of PM10, PM2.5, and SO2 during winter season. Hence, the proposed combined AQI to reduce the health risk that is based on the World Health Organization and also our local standard, which is the NACS. Then the main identified sources, we used a Google Earth. We used Google Earth to identify the main sources of the pollutants within the location of the air quality monitoring station. And at City Hall, it was a vehicle emission because the station is close by the M4. Settlers, there were industrial emission from Sapruf, which is the largest crude oil refinery in South Africa. Then at Amazimtoti, the emission sources were identified to be vehicle emission from the N2 highway, and industrial emission from the Southgate Industrial Park, which hosts the Prince Minerals, which is a chemical manufacturer, and at Wentworth, Wentworth, it is an industrial emission. It was an industrial emission from Isoko Petroleum Saprif Refinery. And all the stations are located along the south of Durban, where the literature actually reported respiratory illness such as asthma, wheezing, pneumonia when exposed to PM2.5 and PM10 and SO2, which was reported by Menz et al. In 2018. So these results will inform policymakers to review the current policies and review the emission licenses in order to ensure compliance by industries within the municipality. So the recommendation is that while regulated standards and guidelines and guidance remain important, it is recommended for local municipalities to have local warning systems related to air pollution. Stakeholder engagement is recommended. The Ecology AQI awareness, especially in schools within the municipality, especially at south of Durban, where there are industries, more studies should be conducted, which looks at the air pollution and health within the municipality. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Thanks, specifically. Thank you so much for your presentation. There's a question from Sean, and then also I just want to check, considering that your study was looking at air quality within Itaquini, did you work with anyone from our health department? Because one of their responsibilities around the monitoring, the health standard of air quality within the city. And then if you have, what's their take on your results? Did maybe you guys went to look into the recommendations on how to deal with the issues that maybe your study have picked up. And then after you responded to that, I'll directly read the question from Sean on the chat option, on the chat section.
Okay. Unfortunately, I didn't work with anyone from the health department from the Ecology municipality. There was none.
Okay, all right. Now, thanks a lot. And Sean asked a question with regards to a high winter concentration be due to invasion layer or calmer condition or higher output. Do you have any response to that?
Yes, we did. We did a correlation study looking at the air pollution and the weather conditions. So the way the pollutant varied, the concentration it varied between with temperature, relative humidity, what was the other one? Wind speed and wind direction within those studies. Yes, it's covered in my report actually.
All right, thanks a lot. In the interest of our health officials, maybe if you can give us maybe some sort of a policy brief or maybe 2 or 3 page, just looking at the results, so then we can communicate your study, to our health guys, maybe they'll have an interest in what you've picked up during the course of your studies. It's a pity that you were not involved in the whole process. Thank you. Colleagues.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, as colleagues, this is this is the last presentation for this session. I'm sorry, in terms of time, we are not doing well. And then again, can I plead with the students, try to go, try to minimize the number of slides. I've noticed that most students, their presentation, they've got more than 15 slides. I understand that you wanna give as much as you can, but our focus is around the result, the methodology. I'm not saying that the first part of your presentations are not important, but in the interest of time, because if we continue this pace, we might end up finishing the whole symposium after 3, which I don't think it's what I don't think it's desirable for everyone involved in this. We do value your presentation, but try to minimize them, because it's quite difficult to do 7 minutes or 8 minutes while you are having more than 15 slides. Try to minimize them. Colleagues, because the time is not on our side, can I please again plead with you, can we take a comfort break? If I'm saying a comfort break, something that you just go quickly to the kitchen and make a nice cup of coffee or go to the bathroom. And then can we come at exactly 10:45? So if we just got 8 minutes, yeah, it's roughly 8 minutes to do that. So then we can proceed with this presentation. But again, on the next session, I'll try to be straight with time, but again, it's quite difficult to stop while someone is talking, but I have to do that. Thank you. And yeah, can you just take that comfort break? Thank you. And again, the presenters, keep a close eye on the chat section. Please keep a close eye on the chat section. Again, Errol is saying the same thing again. Please let's keep with time. Thank you so much. Take a comfort break. We'll start at 10:45. Thank you. We're back. So again, this session, we've got quite a number of presenters and we need to be conscious of time. But you'll notice that the first presenter for this session would be Matthew, because Matthew, he is not just a student, he's a postdoc, so we won't be giving him 10 minutes. So I would give him 20 minutes, to do the presentation. But again, as a caution to the students, when we are left with a minute, I'll just interrupt and alert you that after a minute, I'll be forced to to cut you off, even though you are not done with your presentation, so then we can be on time, So Matthew, over to you, take us through to what you've been doing. And yes, we've got 20 minutes as a postdoc, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm giving you 20 minutes because you're a postdoc, so we can't give you just 10 minutes like other students. Thank you. Maybe if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Maybe you're on mute. I'm not sure.
Yes, sorry, Simiso. Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah. Thanks very much for your time, Simiso, and everyone. I will try and move through quickly just because we are a bit behind, but I also want to share what we've been doing in the catchment in Itaquini over the last couple of years, particularly highlighting fish communities. And then some of the behavioral studies that we've been doing specific to the iconic KwaZulu-Natal yellowfish in the Ecology River, and then also just what implications there are for management and river monitoring. So just a brief overview of the presentation is that just introduction, what fish communities work we've been doing, the behavioral ecology, and then some concluding remarks. So as we all know, that there's been a lot of headlines over the last couple of years highlighting our freshwater ecosystems in peril, with the number of fish kills due to some oil spills and other anthropogenic causes. And then this was more recently where some of the beaches had to be closed because of some chemical spills outside of factories and industrial areas. Yeah, just to help highlight where fish fit into how we understand their responses to environmental stresses, is that you've got this response sensitivity on the left, and then you've got this ecological relevance on the right, and how these two relate to each other is what we look at when it comes to managing these systems, how these fish respond and how they fit into the ecosystem. And behavior, what we'll be looking at today is behavior, as well as population structure and communities, all fit into this aspect. Yeah, so just primarily we assessed the fish community structures associated with the Mgeni catchment, and these are some fish that we caught. And then we evaluated the behavioral ecology of yellowfish using telemetry techniques. So onto some of the fish communities, we did the river ecosystem ecostatus monitoring program that looked at fish across the whole province. And this does a FRI assessment, a SAS5 assessment, a VETRI assessment, in habitat index, and puts it together to get an ecological status of our rivers. This can be found in a paper we recently published, and I can share that later if people are interested. So this is just some of the species compositions that we found. Out of the whole province, we got a total of 38 fish, of 59 that we expected. Of these that we found, 6 were alien species. And then there was a couple that we didn't detect that were concerning, so such as Enteromius gurnii and Osclarius theodorae, and a couple of others that I haven't mentioned here. To give you an indication, this is where this lower Mgeni is just below Nanda Dam in Itaquini. This was the only site that we surveyed in Itaquini, and our abundance of species, or our diversity of species, was pretty low, with only 6 species caught at the site during this study. A fish ecological score, this just gives managers an indication of how good the fish are doing through the Fry index. And this is a trend over over 2 seasons. And as you can see, a lot of the river systems on the south, when they enter the sea, are in very poor class E or D classes, which is seriously modified or poor ecological status. And again, low Mgeni, which was predominantly a class D throughout our study. Okay, and then we looked at unpacking some of the species habitat requirements and species associated to the sites and habitats, and then just helped us identify certain areas or habitats that are important for fish communities and particular species. And we identified key sites for these species. And we also identified impacted sites and their associated stresses. So again, this is the low Mgeni, and this particular site was pretty generic and did contain a lot of habitat that was similarly found throughout the study. We expanded the monitoring in the Mgeni catchment in 2017, and the red circled ones are the additional sites on the Mgeni, and then also we moved the one site just upstream of Midmar to the Petrus gauging weir, just because it was a better suited site for surveying. Then this is just the ecological trends at the different sites here, and I think the important one we want to highlight is the downstream of Nanda Dam, which is the grey one. And you can see the ecological score gets progressively worse, with a slight increase in winter and spring. And this is still a class E, then improved back to a D. Okay. So some of the behavioral ecology work that we've done, we used the fish track program, where we used telemetry to monitor yellowfish in real time, and this is just a representation of the methods. And to run through it simply is that we attach electronic tags to fish as well as water quality probes in the river, and that feeds through to a data management system that we can read in real time. And with that data, we can analyze the data in real time, as well as we can unpack some of the behavioral ecology of the species to understand how the system's responding. Again, these are just some publications that we've put out. The fish track program on the left, and then the recent more biological component to the yellowfish on the right. And again, we can distribute these to those who are interested. The water quality probes, important to know what they do. They measure temperature, conductivity, and pressure, which we convert to a discharge reading. And then the fish on the tags measure temperature of the fish as well as activity. And through a remote network, we can determine some spatial ecology too. So this is just an example of where we place these antennas throughout the catchment in the Upper Mgeni. And so you can see a small solar panel disc with an extended antenna that's able to detect the electronic tags in the water and relay it to the data management system. This was the case study. This was where it occurred between Albert Falls and Midmar Dam. And the green triangles is the extent of the stations that we put out. Blue diamonds are where the water quality probes were, and then where we take the fish were in the inlet to Albert Falls as well as around the Cockcliff and Mgeni confluence. Just some results around here. We managed to tag 43 yellowfish and monitor them over an annual period. And during this period, we found that there was a high site fidelity that was at least seen among 33 tagged individuals. And even in this, there was a high individual plasticity shown between individuals, showing that individuals tend to act independently. Some of the deal behavioral patterns that we found was that they are generally an active fish, and more so during the summer months. And then also just the deal behavioral patterns differed from when they were in their refugia habitat or during the dams, which were generally they were refugia habitat during the winter. And then in rivers they were less diurnal orientated, although still peaked during the diurnal period. And this showed that they exerted different behavioral patterns during different, when they occupied different types of habitat within the river. And we know that they are serial spawners. So probably during this time when they're in the river in the summer months, they expend more energy throughout the period of the day as opposed to just during the diurnal period. This was just some of the spatial movements showing their movements up and down the dam, the river that we monitored. And you can see July, August, May, June, July, August, they're predominantly in the dam. And then they move out into the river to spawn and feed before they move back into the dam during the winter. Some of the interesting stuff we were able to unpack was the fish that did move up and down in the study area. 11 of them moved, 6 of them upstream and 5 of them downstream. And these movements were determined primarily by temperature. So they were cued by temperature. And then the increased in flows allowed them to access the habitat. And this was quite important, particularly when we're managing environmental flows. We did a flow release during the study to see how these fish responded. And on the axis here, the red line is the temperature of the water, the blue line is the discharge, and the green is the activity of the fish. And you can see how the activity initially when the flood pulse hits is very active, and then it tapers down to less active, or less, at least disrupts its diurnal or its deal behavioral pattern. And this was important in releasing environmental flows. And then what was also interesting was a steep drop off after the environmental flow occurs tend to actually be just as disruptive for the yellowfish. We also looked at some of the responses to the environmental factors that we monitored, like temperature, which the activity increased over increase of temperature. What is interesting is the top right here is that discharge decreased as activity increased, and there's no significant relationship with electrical conductivity, primarily because electrical conductivity is an indicator of various water quality issues and not just one. Okay. Just some concluding remarks then. The REM program, it does provide adequate indication of the status of our rivers and their well-being. And it actually showed that our rivers are generally not in good condition from a fish community assessment. Stresses related to the increase in abstraction, so more water out the rivers than in, and urban associated activities such as wastewater discharge and urban runoff from the cities. What was also an interesting factor was that alien species were prevalent and pose a risk to our native species, and these ones primarily being bass. And so bass with the X's is a baby juvenile bass that we need to look at and see how they impact the fish communities in our rivers. REM can be implemented on a smaller scale so that we can continue to monitor our rivers. And then just more work is needed on the biology and ecology of cryptic and endangered species. And this year I want to highlight these two species. The one on the left is the Enteromius viviparus, which is the bow-striped barb. And the one on the right is the Enteromius gurnea, which is the orange fin barb. And both of these we know so little about in terms of their biology and ecology. The Enteromius species we didn't pick up in the REM program, but we have actually detected it through Leeuwen's study. Leeuwen will unpack her results after mine. And we seem to find that there's a good population and healthy population of them in the Mulweni stream running through Kranskloof. And that's where we seem to pick them up quite regularly. And this photo was taken last week when we were wrapping up Leeuwen's project. And then the one on the left is a lot of the Enteromius species is still so little known, and they tend to be erratic in our detection. So sometimes you'll get them in high abundances. This one on the left was one of the first that had been captured in the Palmute River, which is dominated by yellowfish. So these factors are interesting to look at, and we do need to unpack them more from a biology and ecology and their requirements within the catchment. Gurney eye should be, so the one on the right, the orange fin barb, should occur throughout the Mgeni catchments in similar habitats like the Mulweni, but they're also very sensitive, and they've been recently listed as a threatened species on the IUCN because of increased anthropogenic stresses on our rivers locally. From the behavioral stuff we did, environmental flow releases are important to maintain the biological process of Metalentus, so they need those seasonal flows. And just to improve the way we manage our flows was one thing we need to start looking at is how high base flows are during the high flow, and maybe look at two types of base flows, one for the winter, dry months, and then one for the wet season, or summer months, and then how we manage our flood releases for these. In-stream barriers, we did unpack this a little bit and looked that it did limit the movement of fish, and that's probably why we didn't have so many fish moving upstream or downstream, and that we proposed that we propose that we look at in-stream barriers and which are redundant, which ones aren't, and if they are redundant, to possibly move them, and those that are still in use, that we need to look at how fish can scale these barriers to improve connectivity and access. And then just back to the fish track program was actually a really good success, and it provides an opportunity for us to look at monitoring our rivers using the fish track program in real time, that's accessible for managers. And through this, we can start to unpack more the biology and ecology of species, particularly yellowfish, but also flow releases and temperature influences on these species. And we can start getting to the bottom of when these fish migrate, how they respond, when they spawn, and when we should be releasing flows, and so the overall water quality of these. And this is a slide often shows, often the perception of fish is that every few hours something occasionally happens, but it's mostly just this. Once you start going into waters and looking at fish and what they're doing, it becomes more complex and looks more like this. And so we actually need to start looking at the fish more. So, for example, the significant relationships of these fish to anthropogenic stress means that our systems are stressed, and we need to be doing something about it. So, yeah, that's just a short summary, and just to say thank you very much for your time today. Thanks, Simiso.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Do you have any personal questions? Otherwise, I'll use the questions which I think Sean and Refilwe raised on the chat section. So can I take hands if there's one? But if not, I'll quickly point you, Matthew. Can you maybe stop sharing your presentation and then respond to the questions which Sean and Refilwe have raised on the chat section? Thanks. So,
yeah, thanks, Simiso. Those are good questions. I think to answer Sean O'Donnell, what we're finding is this is a natural cycle for yellowfish, and being a little bit more sensitive to cooler temperatures, they would look for in-stream pools naturally, but the construction of dams such as Albert Falls, Mid, etc., the others, have actually created deeper pools where they can manage their temperature requirements during the cooler months of winter a lot more effectively. But then definitely the summer months come, warmer temperatures allow them to move up into the rivers where during the winter those temperatures would drop down. And we found that the relationship between yellowfish and the environmental temperature in the rivers was up to 5 degrees warmer. So they were seeking out microhabitats that were no less than 9 degrees Celsius, whereas environmental temperature in the water got to as low as 5. So that was an interesting finding that we had. Refilwe, to answer yours, yes, we have picked up quite a few tropical fish species. If I understand your question correctly, the pet industry has released a lot of sword-tailed fish, as well as the mosquito fish, and into the system that do pretty well in our systems. And there's a question also of the hybridization between Orychromis nilotica, and which is a tropical species, and coming in and hybridizing with the Mozambique tilapia. So I hope that answers that question.
Okay, thank you, Matthew, for responding to that. I think we are back on time. Thank you so much, for doing your presentation and also taking questions. Preshnee, can we move to the first presentation from our students, which is Lewin? Again, it's Rob. Can you be on mute? All right, thank you. Yeah, yes, it's 10 minutes. And then again, once you've left with a minute, I'll alert you and I'll be forced to cut you. Thank you so much. I'm hoping that it won't reach that level. Over to you.
Hi everyone, I'm Leon Africa. I'm a master student under the supervision of Dr. Celine Hansen and Matthew Burnett and Professor Colin Downs. And our study was on evaluating the migration and recruitment of migratory fish species in the Lower Mgeni River and estuary. I'm sorry, I hope everyone can hear me.
Loud and clear.
So in KwaZulu-Natal, the Mgeni catchment is a socially, economically, and ecologically important ecosystem that supports the water needs of roughly 5 million people. While being a valuable resource in itself, the catchment is a hard-working river and is in poor ecological state and is regularly the victim of pollution events. It is also heavily regulated, and the ecological connectivity has been seriously impaired. River health and the associated ecosystem services are intrinsically linked to the well-being of the catchment, hence its connectivity. In that matter, migratory fish species are in the heart of the process as important components of aquatic ecosystems, which they occupy and regulate, but also contribute to the substances, recreational and spiritual activities of the people living in the area. There are various types of migratory patterns which fish carry out. In this case, amphidromas migrating from freshwater to saltwater or from saltwater to freshwater at some stage of their life cycle other than for breeding purposes. Catadromas fish species, which are fish which migrate down the rivers to the sea solely for breeding purposes, and potamodromas fish species, which migration of fish species that occur entirely just in freshwater. Unfortunately for them, migratory fish in South Africa are particularly vulnerable and are considered to be twice as likely to become endangered than their non-migratory counterparts. Many migration species, including the freshwater eel, the yellowfish, or the sharp-toothed catfish, should be present in the Itaquini municipality. Many migratory fish need to migrate back to the sea to breed and are then facing obstacles on their way down the river, encountering sluices, turbines, and weirs. These problems need to be addressed for the well-being of our precious biodiversity, as well as for human needs for water and for the sake of effective management. Disruptions in this catchment have resulted in changes in niche availabilities, inter and intra-species competition, energy transfer within the system, and competition between species. This could also result in impacts on subsistence and food security on local vulnerable communities, as fisheries are possibly underestimated in Itaquini. This study is also part of a large-scale project focusing on the well-being of fisheries of freshwater eels in the Western Indian Ocean region, where freshwater eels have been discovered to be threatened regionally. The study is also funded, like the main study is funded through the MESMA initiative, the Western Indian Ocean Marine Association. Our aim for this study was to characterize the risk of multiple stresses, the largely unknown life cycle ecology of our local migratory fish, and their contribution to subsistence fisheries in Southern and East Africa. This includes investigating fish communities and the absence and presence of fish populations, and if their migratory requirements are being met, and to evaluate the contributions that fisheries make to local community livelihoods and any commercial fisheries opportunities through a questionnaire. For this study, these are our selected study sites. We chose sites above and below
Sorry.
a barrier. Yes?
Sorry. No, I'm sorry to interrupt. Are you in a place where there's someone talking behind, or is someone's mic is not muted? Because there's a background noise that keeps on coming on. I just want to check, is it you or is someone within?
Okay, just excuse me for 2 minutes. Jared, they can hear you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, it's
I'm so sorry. So
not a problem, not a problem.
The study sites we selected were above and below a barrier. So this would be the top needle bridge, which is the barrier, and we would sample above it and below it so that we can get like a characterization or like a whole habitat to see what happens below and above if species do cross the barrier. We also selected the Everton Conservancy and the Crownskloof Conservancy, and our multiple barriers in between the sites. And we sampled in the Palmit River also at David McLean and the Albizia, where there are also a barrier in between the two sites. And we also sampled at the estuary to get a community representation of estuarine species and species which also do come through the estuary and migrate up our rivers. So what we did for our methods, we set pike nets and glass eel nets to catch all of our fish. We did electroshocking. We took habitat qualities. We measured depth, substrate, and velocity. And for each fish, we measured the total and the standard length of the fish. Across the sites, these are just examples of all of the fish that we found. Our African eels, we found catfish, some mullet, and labials also. So for the summaries of our findings, a total of 552 individuals belonging to 19 species were collected in our study area between March and September this year. We sampled for a week, aligning to the different seasons. Our catch was most abundant in the estuary with 182 individuals from 7 different species. Abundance and species richness in the riverine sites were extremely low within the study area. According to FishBus, it's the Freshwater Biodiversity Information System, there should have been a total of 19 expected species in the study area which we had. But only, we caught 19 also, but not all of them were expected in the area. So just to keep that in mind. Out of the 19 species that we captured, 3 of them were introduced alien species: the largemouth bass, bluegill, and the swordtail fish. The largemouth bass was found at 3 different sites, and they were most abundant at the site right below the Inanda Dam. And a few more downstream from in the same system, which suggests that they are established within the section of the catchment. It is unfortunate as 2 native species found in the same area during our sampling have a threatened status according to the IUCN red list species. The Mozambique tilapia regarded as vulnerable and the African mottled eel regarded as near threatened. Both species are at risk and have requirements for catchment scale migration in the Mgeni River. A range of migratory requirements exist in fish species, and they were all found during the study, highlighting the importance of maintaining the ecological connectivity in the catchment. Species such as the freshwater eel have been caught across the catchment. Eels are catadromous species which migrate from ocean to freshwater systems where it grows before going back to the sea to breed and die. Eels are also have requirements for a catchment scale connectivity and are partially impacted by large possible barriers. In KZN, freshwater eels have seen their distribution range decline dramatically in the last few years, making the Mgeni one of the last refuge for these species. Aside from the freshwater eel, 4 amphidromous species were found upstream of the weir, including freshwater goby, Aus asofan, and Eophiscus. The species generally found in the lower parts of the rivers and require movement between freshwater and estuarine habitats, but it has also been recorded far inland in the system, as in this case also it was located right below Inanda Dam also.
1 minute.
Amphidromous species breed in freshwater, but form part of their larval and juvenile stages as completed at sea before migrating back into the river. We also looked at land use. The increasing growth of KZN's population and development of resources is driving changes to the quality and availability of ecosystem services and the well-being of the natural resources themselves. In the Mgeni catchment alone, it was found that land use changes in the upper reaches of the Ngeni catchment between 1994 and 2011 reduced natural vegetation by 17%, with an increase of cultivated lands and urbanization. Assessment done by Rivers Moore showed that the upstream to downstream extent of the Ngeni River has been severely affected by land use activities and in-stream impoundments. The Ngeni catchment was found to be the most disconnected river in the province because of its closely located in-stream barriers and long-distance recovery potential flow. We evaluated land use types for all sites, and we found that formal residentials was common along all the sites. And also important to note that there were other factors also for land use, like the industrial land use, which was high, especially between Inanda sites and down to the estuary. When sampling at the estuary, the substrate that we found was a black gooey substance. This is a clear indication of all the pollution from the industries and the residential settlements. With regards to the community engagement, our citizen science project with the eel mobs have failed a little bit, but we are going to keep on distributing them and see how it goes. And with the social surveys that we handed out to people, there is still an ongoing project that is undertaken by one of our students. So what is the next important step? What can we do? South Africa water resource management policies and legislation, often considered to be the best in the world, is not being adequately implemented. And although it's been progressive, important ecosystem components and associated processes such as river connectivity and fish migrations are not being adequately addressed. It still has to be adaptable to meet the visions of the legislation and provide adequate protection measures to resources and ensure sustainability. Water research used in SA is locally and internationally recognized as excessive. The high present. Is my time up?
Yes, wrap up. I'm giving you 30 seconds.
Oh, it's too little, but anyways, the high prevalence of threatened ecosystems need to be addressed urgently to achieve sustainability. The numerous land use derived stresses that are known to be negatively affecting ecosystem well-being needs to be managed. Implementation and most importantly, consideration of river connectivity issues and fish migration is lacking. Fish migration in this region are socially economically important and vulnerable to multiple anthropogenic stresses. There are several ways to restore river connectivity. One recommendation would be to adopt fish passage science in the Mgeni River. It will contribute to the national sustainability vision for water resources and become aligned with international fish passage science, engineering and practices. It will also be a great assist to migratory fish, but also still contribute to the water needs to the local communities. Another aspect to look at would be to encourage anglers, locals, to fish for invasive species like the largemouth bass and the bluegill. This would restore our native endangered species populations, which in turn equals more substances for local communities. Social communities which utilize the river and its resources could also get involved. Encourage everyone who uses the river, whether for fisheries, environmental assessments, recreational, or aesthetics, to adopt the Amber app. It tracks in-stream barriers like weirs or ramps, which have been overlooked and are the main culprits of river fragmentation and are the main hindrance to fish migration too. Another big global initiative is World Fish Migration Day. Involve Itaquini, schools, river watch communities like the Palm with River Watch. Encourage them to plan either digital or physical events to create awareness of fish migration and their benefits. This could also be done through social media, newspapers, in person, or other social communication platforms people use. So in conclusion, the study highlights the importance of river connectivity and fish migrations in the most important river in the Itaquini district, and the multiple stresses associated with disconnect and land use activities that threaten these processes. And all of this that needs to be formally integrated into our water resource protection policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Luana. I'm sorry, I've tried to be lenient, but yeah, I'm trying not to cut ties. Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. I know that, what you have covering is quite important, especially for people who are involved in fish studies. While I'm talking, Preshnee, can you try to set up the next presenter? So if you've got questions again for you on her presentation, again, can I advise, let's use the chat option, because it seems as if it's the only way. So the next presenter would be Senate Siwa. Again, it's still on the freshwater ecosystem. Again, try to keep, track of time. Yes, I have to cut the presentations now. But if you've got questions for Yuan, use the chat option, ask questions directly there, then she will respond to you. But anyway, thank you so much for your presentation. And then I feel sorry to people who are assessing the students. It's quite difficult. I understand your troubles, because now we are rushing the students, but now time is not on our side. I'm so sorry that you are doing this. Preshnee, the next presenter, please. Okay, the next presenter should be Senate Siwa, if I'm not mistaken. Senate Siwa, over to you. And then can you, I'm not sure whether you are with Preshnee or you're using your own computer, but the floor is yours. Can you take us through to your presentation and then keep it within or less than 10 minutes to allow people to ask questions? Thank you. Senate Siwa. Okay. I'm not sure what's happening to Senate Siwa because she hasn't shared her screen and then she hasn't said anything. Preshnee, can you put back the program so then maybe we can know the next presenter, so maybe we can come back to Senate Siwa when she's ready. So can we just jump Senate Siwa and move straight to Siposaka Mdluli? We'll come back to Senate Siwa when she's back, but in the interest of time, let's go to Mr. Mdluli. Sir, the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Oh, sorry, Siposaka. Yes, we can hear you.
I'm a kid.
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry, Siposaka. I'm sorry. Yeah, yes. Oh, his name.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, God. Okay, greetings, everyone. My name is Siposaka Mdluli, and I am a master's student at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in the School of Life Sciences. And my talk today will be on the evaluation of the health status and pollution biomarkers of Clarias Garipinas from Nego and Inanda Dams, KwaZulu-Natal. Water is the most delicate and important natural resource. Out of the 71% of water, freshwater constitutes of less than 1%. Although comprising a small portion, it still supports most life forms and provide home to aquatic biota. But due to the evolution of industries, improvement in agricultural practices, and growing human populations, these systems are regarded as the most altered ecosystems in the world. And consequently, mass mortalities have been recorded, loss of native species and habitat, and sometimes the water quality deterioration. So the study rationale, this river is important to the local communities because it provides water to about 5 million people, and it is home to about 48 freshwater fish species. And recent studies have highlighted that the river is suffering from water quality deterioration, and there are no fish health studies that have been conducted to see how are these fishes responding to the level of pollution in the river. Hence, this study have used the African catfish to see how it will respond to the level of pollution in the river. So the aim of the study is to assess the health status of the African catfish from the Inanda and Nego dams. And the objectives include to assess water and sediment quality at both the dams, to assess the overall health of the fish by using the condition factor, the hepatosomatic and the gonadosomatic indices, and to assess the possible oestrogenic effects and pesticide exposure by measuring the vitellogenin in male fish liver and the ACHE brain activity. So this is basically the study area or the locality map of Umgeni, showing all the land uses along the Umgeni, the local communities and the 4 dams that are connected to its course. And the interests of the study were Inago Dam and the Inanda Dam. So physical parameters were recorded on site using the YSI meter at both Inanda and Nego. For sediment and water were collected using pre-acid treated bottles, and sediments were collected using the grab as shown on the pictures. And both samples were taken to 2 virus labs for analysis. So we analyzed the nutrients in water and then the metals in sediments and water as well. So for fish were collected using the gill nets and the electroshocker at both the dams. So fish were assessed for parasites from the outside, and then they were analyzed using the microscopic analysis, and then they were euthanized, and all the internal organs were harvested. So for the biometric indices, fish weight and length were measured to calculate the condition factor. Fish liver and gonads were weighed to calculate the organ index using the following formula on screen. So for the biomarkers, brain tissue were preserved, and the male fish liver were also preserved in foil, and they were stored in -80. And then they were assayed using the 2 different assays that are shown on screen. So these are the results for the water quality. So for the physical parameters, there was significant difference in conductivity, but the others, such as the temperature, there was no significant difference. And both the dams recorded alkaline pH, and the results of the dissolved oxygen show that the dams were well oxygenated. Although Inanda Dam recorded a higher dissolved oxygen that was outside the target water quality range. And for the nutrients, the nitrogen components were, I can say that they were low, and the total nitrogen for both dams was significantly different, and they indicated mesotrophic conditions for both the dams. And the phosphate and the sulfate were also high at both dams, but Inanda recording more higher concentrations. And for the metals in water, they were low, they were relatively low, and copper and zinc were below detectable limit. And I think this is because of the alkaline pH, because the solubility of heavy metals is influenced by the pH. So this is the representation of the metals that were recorded in sediments. So they were in notable concentrations as compared to the concentrations in water. So these are the results for the biometric indices. So for the condition factor, populations from both Inanda and Nego Dam, they had a condition factor of more than 1, indicating good conditions. So these good conditions can be attributed to the fact that the catfish is an omnivorous and opportunistic feeder, meaning it can feed on anything under diverse conditions, and it has an amazing trophic plasticity, and it's resistant to pollution. And also the dams recorded mesotrophic conditions, so those conditions may be suitable for the fish to survive. And for the liver index, so fish from Inanda recorded, most of the fish from Inanda recorded a liver index of less than 1, indicating that there was increased exposure to pollutants. And in contrast, fish from the Nego recorded the liver index of more than 1, which can mean that there was an enhanced detoxification in response to pollution at the Inanda, at the Negel, sorry. So for the gonad indices, fish from the female fish from the Negel and Inanda had a GSI of more than 1%, indicating that probably during the time of the sampling, they were ready to spawn, because literature has suggested that if the fish have recorded GSI of more than 1, it can mean that probably it was ready to spawn. And in contrast of the results that were recorded in females, in males, the fish had a GSI of less than 1, all of them from both sides. And that can mean that maybe they were not ready to spawn, or there was some response to pollution, or they were trying to counteract the effects of pollution by delaying the breeding season, or sometimes it can be linked to some histological alterations, such as the arrest of the spermatogenesis. And also the catfish is one fish that can spawn numerous times in one season. So maybe during our sampling period, they were not ready to spawn. So the results of the biomarkers. So the ACHE activity, it was, judging from literature, it's shown that it was not really affected, but there were variations in ACH activity, ultimately Inanda recording the least activity. And on the other side, the vitellogenin concentrations, they were also not significantly different in between the two populations, but there were variations as well. And again, Inanda males recorded the highest induction of the VTG. So in conclusion, the cumulative effects of different land uses occurring in the vicinity of Umgeni are obviously affecting the water quality of Inanda. So the results of the fish biometric indices are often associated, or they are sometimes affected by other intrinsic factors, but the effect of pollution in the Umgeni cannot be overlooked. And the results of biomarkers show that there are signs of oestrogenic effects in the catfish populations from Inanda and Negel Dam. So we know that when we look at in the biology of the catfish, we know that it has a good trophic plasticity, and it is resistant to pollution and diseases. So if we're able to see this kind of results in a tolerant fish, meaning that fish that are not so tolerant, they are probably mostly affected. So this calls for further exploration of pollution effects on fish health that are recommended on other native species that are known to be pollution sensitive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you again for keeping with time. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Okay, colleagues, because the presenter did quite well in terms of time, do we have pressing questions? But if not, again, you can always use the chat option, but I can take one or pressing questions. But if not, let's proceed. And then again, the chat option is still open for people to raise questions there if they are free to do this on this platform. Thank you so much, Sposak, and my apology for calling you a guy. Seaport normally, yeah, yes, in our language, in most cases, Seaport's a guy. So, but anyway, yeah, yes, but anyway, thank you so much. And I just want to double check before we even proceed further. Is Sanetsi we're still not able to connect? If not, we can again proceed to Mavis, and then we can always come back to her whenever she's ready. So I just want to double check. Sanetsi, where are you back, or you're still having technical challenges? Okay. All right. Preshnee, can you maybe communicate with her privately so then we know what's going on, but in the meantime we can proceed. Mavis, I know that you are doing some study within the Palmit catchment as part of the IPSA project, so let me not steal the limelight. and I give you an opportunity to take us through to what you've been doing within Palmate. And in the meantime, Preshnee, please liaise with Sanet Sewa just to double check what's going on with her, so then we know whether she's having some issues or what's the story with her. Thank you so much. And over to you, Mavis. And again, 10-minute rules applies to you. When you are close to the end of your presentation, of your 10 minutes, I'll alert you so then you can try to do the sum up of the whole presentation. So when I say 2 minutes, while you are in methodology, I'll advise that you just jump straight to the end, especially the part, the result, and the recommendations. Mavis, over to you. All right, again, it seems as if we might be having a similar situation. I don't hear any response from Mavis, so I'm not sure what's going on with her, because I think I saw her name under participants.
Hello, Smiso.
Oh,
hello.
Perfect. Yes, I can hear you, so you can start sharing your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm hoping that it's not too long in the interest of time, ma'am.
Yes, yes, sir.
All right, okay. Okay, I'll let you once I see your presentation.
Please, is it?
Not yet, but it's coming. So yeah, but anyway, you can start right away. Maybe just introduce yourself while you're trying to share.
Okay, thank you, Simiso, for this opportunity. Hello, everyone. I'm Mavis Kwao from College of Humanities, School of Built Environment and Development Studies. Thank you for this opportunity, and my supervisor is Professor Kathleen Stadler. Please, can you still see it?
No, it's just saying starting to share screen, but nothing yet. So I'm not sure why it's taking. So okay, here it is. So it's coming. It is perfect. Yeah, that's the one. So can you put it on a presentation mode? Thank you.
I think I need a little bit of help here. Is it clear? Oh, it doesn't look okay.
Hi, Mavis. Can you press the screen, either F5 or on the top panel, if you look where it says autosave, off save, back, there's a little screen with the play button in it. Click there.
Please hold on 1 minute, please. It's not working.
All right, maybe it's up. Just if you can't, can you try F5? Just press F5 and see. But if it's not working, maybe it's
Mavis, you need to escape out of that. You're in the text box. If you just press escape, you'll click somewhere outside of the text box.
No, I've already shared, but
it's not shared. This one.
Yeah.
Smiso, would you like me to share it instead?
If you have a presentation.
Yes, I do have it as a backup. Okay, if you stop
please.
sharing, I'll share it.
All right.
Okay, she said we should stop sharing. She will share it.
Okay, Preshnee, can you do that so then we can.
Thank you so much.
Along. Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Not a
So
problem,
sorry about
Mavis.
this. So
No,
sorry.
don't worry. You can proceed.
Okay. Please, a little bit of, I have a little bit of changes in the topic of my project, because my supervisor thought it's better if we can add a little bit of cost and benefits to the work. And since this project is funded by DBS and they are basically into rehabilitation and empowerment of the communities, the benefits of it, it will outweigh the cost. So my new topic or my new title is investing in ecological infrastructure in the Palmet Catchment Rehabilitation Project, a socioeconomic evaluation of benefits and costs. Next slide, please. Okay, since DBS is the main funding of this project, I decided to talk a little bit about it. The Development Bank of Southern Africa is an infrastructure development finance institution that supports financing of infrastructure in the energy, water, transport, and ICT sectors in Southern Sahara Africa. The key mandate of this DBS is sustained growth in development impact, that is the growing businesses to maximize developmental impact, and also its integrated infrastructure solution provider, that is the infrastructure development solution, and also it's a financial stability, that is it maintains profits and funding developmental activities, and also sustainability innovation, that is whereby they mobilize investment in infrastructure development projects. Next slide, please. Okay, talking about DBSA invested 5 million rands into Palmet catchment rehabilitation projects to support built infrastructure within the Palmet catchment in the Itaquini municipality. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the demand table. No, okay. First of all, I want to talk about the ecosystem services that is addressed in the Palmet catchment. We have a lot of ecosystem services, but these are the few that I was able to capture, and I was able to use this one to draw our demand table. Next slide, please. Okay. This is the demand table, and this demand table, it's about the number of people residing along a Palmet river. That's what I did was I used GIS mapping tool, that's the Google Earth imagery, to map the upper, the middle, and the lower river management zone of the Palmet catchment. And also I buffered 30 meters on both the left and the right side of the river to map the housing units along the river banks. And what I was at Quarry Road a few months ago to interview the people. I wanted to know the number of people per household. And they told me that basically it depends on the size of the shack, but averagely it's 4 people per household. So that is what I use to calculate the number of people found along Palmet River. So what I did was, after I used the Google Earth imagery to count the number of houses along the river banks, multiplied by the number of people per household, which is estimated to be 4. So the Palmet Upper River Management Zone, I found 118 houses. When it comes to the middle catchment, I found 156 houses along the river banks. And the lower river management zone, I got 1,408 people along that river banks. So I multiply it all by 4. So with the number of people for the upper catchment, I got 472 people. With the middle catchment, I got 674 people. And with the lower catchment, I got 5,632 people. The subtotal of everything was 6,780. No, 6,728 people, which you can clearly see on the demand table. And also, let me explain the first one, that is surface water supply, which is an example of ecosystem services. When you come to the lower catchments, where you can find the Clare Road and the Quarry Road, a lot of people depend on the surface water for domestic purposes. Because of that, the percentage was high. But when you come to the middle catchment and the upper catchment, it's basically a formal settlement. So a lot of people don't depend on it. Maybe it's for car washing here and there, but not as much as the lower catchment. And also, when we talk about the human index, there are substantial number of ecosystem services users in the permanent catchment. However, not everyone uses the same services or has the same level of dependence on them. A weighted human index benefit was used to indicate the relative level of uses and dependence of ecosystem as outlined in the demand table. Next slide, please. And yeah, it's still talking about the same ecosystem services. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the summary of the demand table. The above table highlights the substantial number of ecosystem services users in the permanent catchment. A weighted human index, benefit index was used to indicate the relative level of usage and also dependence on ecosystem. Overall, it was perceived that the solid waste capture, visual amenities elevated, and water quality maintenance generates the highest level of benefits, given that most people living close to the permanent river are affected. Next slide, please. Talking about the findings of the study so far, the total number of people depending and impacted by the riverine management is 62,700 so far, and changes in ecosystem services could therefore impact a significant number of people directly or indirectly. Directly talking about flooding, indirectly talking about the climate change of the area. Highly vulnerable people in informal and low-income settlement near rivers are often among the most directly affected by the reduced riverine ecosystem supply, particularly flooding and water quality. Improved management of riparian area will play a significant role in climate change related losses of riverine management, ecosystem services, keeping the level of supply like the baseline. Next slide, please. Talking about the recommendation and the policy development so far, we came up with these few recommendations that the riverine management should be periodical and instituted as a policy program to mitigate the effect of the climate change and other socioeconomic effects. And also the engagement of the communities, our local communities, should be matched in the implementation in ecological management programs of the municipality. And also there should be more awareness, maybe in schools, in our local communities, as a campaign on the importance of ecological infrastructure in our communities. And also, last but not the least, the importance of ecological infrastructure in our communities. Community ecology and economics should be a priority for the municipal for our municipal and government organizations, not always thinking about the cost or how much they are supposed to invest in it, but they should think more about the benefits that it will empower their communities. However, the cost of EI should be within the capacity of the funding agencies. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mavis, for that presentation. And again, I will take some questions or clarity or follow-up from colleagues on your presentation. But now, before I do that, Mavis, when you're doing the ecosystem evaluation, in terms of the upper catchment, did you, in terms of the participation from the community, because within that catchment, you know, in the upper reaches of the catchment, it's more like industries, the mid, it's more like your suburban or urban areas, as well as in the downside of the catchment. That's where you find the informal settlement. So you didn't have any issues in terms of the community participation from the mid to upper reaches of the catchment?
No, I did. Before I went to the lower catchment, that is the Quarry Road, I made sure that I go with this gentleman who is a Zulu. So he was the one who was helping me to interpret it. I didn't really find much problem communicating with them.
I'm talking about from midly to the upper reaches of the catchment. I assume that you did, because on your presentation, you did mention that you were looking at the from upper midly and to the lower reaches of the Palmit River. So now my question is, I know that within the upper reaches of the catchment, that's where your industries as well as your suburban areas they are located in terms of the stakeholder participation, mainly the residents within that site. You didn't have any issues in terms of engaging with you?
No, sir. No, I didn't have any problem with it. And most of the information, I got it from the Google Earth imagery. I didn't have much problem. Yeah.
Okay, colleagues, do we have any specific questions for Mavis? If not, then can I double check again? Sanet Siwe and Siposake, are they still having technical issues? So okay, let's do it like this. Paramani, if you're ready, can we start with your presentation? And between me and Preshnee, we'll try to again do a follow-up with oh, sorry, it's only one. Sorry, it's only one. Sorry, Siposake you did present. Yes, we are missing one. Paramani, I think you are next, so then we can go back to the one that we've passed. So you can start sharing your screen. I'll just let you once. Here it is. Thank you, Sam. All right, and keep close on the time. I say that you've got a number of slides, so make sure that we are not caught of time. Thank you. Over to you.
Hi everyone, can you all see?
Yes, I can see your presentation. If you can put it on the presentation mode for everyone to see, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Here it is. Or no. Okay.
Okay. Just a second. Okay. So our study was on Prionium serratum, the conservation and population restoration in the Palmit River system. Our study, as I've mentioned, is on Prionium serratum, the plant that Palmit Nature Reserve is named after. Apart from making heads, mats, and baskets, Prionium reduces flooding, water speed, and erosion. Restoration of this species in the Palmit River system will contribute to economic benefits of local citizens, will improve ecological infrastructure, and will reduce flooding of Quarry Road informal settlements. We noted that Prionium populations are declining in KwaZulu-Natal. The causes are unknown. Now, only one clam is left in the Palmit Nature Reserve. Last year in 2020, there were 2. There are 5 clams exist in UKZN Westville Pond. Prionium is also not producing flowers in the UKZN Westville Pond and Palmit Nature Reserve. If this species becomes extinct, it will be pointless to call Palmit Nature Reserve after Prionium seratam. In both these sites, Prionium is grown on concreted surfaces and is waterlogged annually. There is little or no absorbed oxygen, poor soil aeration, soil nutrients are affected, and soil pH is also altered. Prionium is in UKZN Westville Pond, receives sun most of the day while it is shaded in the Palmit Nature Reserve. These are our main problems that we noted regarding this species. Populations in decline, not producing flowers, at risk of extirpation, and there's nothing has been done to conserve the species. Our study aimed to determine the effect of temperature, water availability, and heavy metals on flower setting of Prionium seratam. We set out few objectives to achieve our aims, and set out a few hypotheses to investigate if they are true regarding Prionium seratam. To determine the effect of temperature on flower setting of Prionium seratam, we recorded the chlorophyll content and leaf morphometrics in summer and winter of 2020. There was no significant difference in chlorophyll content in winter and summer of 2020 in Prionium seratam in both sites, UKZN Westville Pond and Palmit Nature Reserve. So temperature had no effect on flower setting of this species. We also recorded the chlorophyll content in winter and summer of 2021, and there was also no significant difference in chlorophyll content in winter and summer between the plants growing in these 2 sites. Therefore, we hypothesis temperature has no effect on flower setting of Prionium seratam. To determine the effect of water availability on flower setting of Prionium seratam, this plant species was stressed by removing water from the UKZN Westville Pond and compared morphological changes with Prionium seratam growing in waterlogged sites in the Palmit Nature Reserve. So mud was also removed, roots were cut so that Prionium could not absorb water. And after that, Prionium wilted and dried to nearly death and did not receive water from 4 July to 7 August 2020. So it's about more than 33 days. And after 33 days, water was returned to the pond and the plants began to absorb water. And after 2 months, water was returned. Prionium seratam produced inflorescence. At the end of November in 2020, the inflorescence produced flowers as seen in images. Therefore, we accepted our hypothesis. Water availability, in this case, water stress, affected flower setting of Prionium seratam. To determine the effect of heavy metals on flower setting of Prionium seratam, heavy metal accumulation inside this species were identified. These were heavy metals that were identified, and at this point there is no evidence to support that heavy metals affect flower setting of Prionium seratam, and no evidence from literature. We also looked at water pH in Prionium seratam sites in UKZN Westville Pond and Palmit Nature Reserve Pond, and compared with water pH in other Prionium sites. We concluded that Prionium seratam grows better in sites with pH ranging from 3 to 5. Therefore, we propagated a few Prionium seedlings from Port Edward in the glasshouse in UKZN Westville in soil with different pH. Preonium serratum plants that were grown in soil with pH 7.9 died, and those that were grown in soil pH with 3.5 and 4.5 are still thriving today. So we concluded that waterlogging hinders flower setting in Preonium serrata. Temperature does not affect flower setting. Heavy metals do not affect flower setting. So therefore, Preonium serratum is suitable for phytoremediation of heavy metals in the Palmit River system. So water pH 3 to pH 5 is required for normal growth of the species. Increased water volume in Palmit River due to concreted surfaces along the Palmit River or cause decline of Palmit serratum. So during restoration, Preonium serratum should be planted in periodically wet and dry habitat, not waterlogged habitat or concreted areas. So we have 3 outstanding components, which heavy metal standards, which we are working on, and the karyotype map, and also the dissolved oxygen. So thank you, that's all from me.
Sorry, thank you so much, Paraman Olinda. It's quite an interesting one that you present this, and thanks again for keeping with time. Colleagues, can I take a couple of questions while you are still trying to get hold of I think it's NLC, where so I think there's a bit of time. Let me just allow the floor to ask questions. At least Linda is here, as well as I think his supervisor was also part of this discussion. Sean, I'm noting your hand. Do you have another hand? Okay, let's go with Sean and see if other colleagues will raise some questions. Sean?
Yeah, thanks, Smiso. So first of all, as a sort of preemptive question, could there have been anything else that you didn't look at? So have you discounted all other sort of factors? And then particularly in the Palmit, noting the hardening of the surfaces there, do you think that could then have contributed to the decline in the Palmit, noting also that there are other types of pollution as well? Thanks very much for a very, very good presentation.
Thanks, Sean, for the question. Particularly the concreted surfaces along the Palmit River. So when it rains, lot of water is collected and is directed towards the Palmit River system. So when it gets there, it comes with other debris, which also part of the turbidity that is created when the river water is flowing. So the plant gets ripped off its roots, and therefore it's flushed away with water, and therefore in that manner this species has declined over time. And also I have been conducting interviews, and there are no other possible decline that I've noted other than the flooding in the Palmit River system that is caused by a high water volume in this system.
Thank you so much. If I could, Chair, just make one last request here. We'd love to invite you to present your presentation to our bigger stakeholder meeting in a couple of months' time, if that's possible.
Yes, I'll be happy to present that. Please email me the details.
All right, we'll certainly do that, Linda. And just want to double check something, Linda. Let me just check. Can you go back to your last slide? I'm not sure that you did cover the recommendations, because sometimes when you do these things, we are not just doing providing funding for the sake of funding, but you always like to funding to inform the way we do things within the city. Do you have any recommendations, especially for the Palmit Nature Reserve, of certain things that maybe they can or that they can't do, to revive other populations of this species? Did you have any recommendations that you made for us?
For now, it's just this one line, that's the last line here. That if the municipality or Palmit Nature Reserve team would like to restore the species, so they should plant Prionium in a periodically wet and dry habitat. So it mustn't be waterlogged all year round.
Okay.
So I'll definitely look at other recommendation as I'm still writing the full report.
All right, thanks. I'll be looking towards that, especially the recommendation section. That goes to most students who are part of the rep. We're always interested in the recommendation sections, because that's where, because part of us giving or providing funding, it's for you guys to conduct research and make some recommendations. Not saying that we take all the recommendations, but they do assist, whether through policy development or through the way we do things on the ground. Okay, I'm not seeing any.
Sumiso?
Yes, sorry.
Sumiso, it's snowy here.
Oh, sorry,
can I
snowy,
maybe, would I have an opportunity to add a few things? Can I make a point or two?
Yeah, you can. It's not
all right, because the palmeat, people don't think rather seriously. The palmeat is distributed in a Southern African context, really, and people do not consider the Palmeat River to be the northernmost limit for Prionium. They seem to ignore that. They say, okay, fine, the northernmost limit is way down south, south of Hebridean or somewhere. But the point I want to make is, I think one of the things that Linda has not had an opportunity to actually interrogate quite seriously are the old herbarium collections of the palmeat from the Palmeat River system here. We need to go back historically to the taxonomic side to see what early collections, like from the days of Medley Wood and earlier collectors, whether there are any specimens collected either housed locally at the Natal Herbarium or at the National Herbarium in Pretoria, or abroad in, say, at Kew Herbarium, or at Missouri or some other places, because I think we need something that's going to really help here is for us to have the cutoff point at which we feel the palmeat sort of was completely wiped out. When I say palmeat, the plant was completely wiped out in the Palmeat River. And if we go back, I think around about 1960s, there is, you might know Roddy Ward. He's really the best ecologist in the coastal area, especially Sipingo Beach and working north. Roddy Ward has had records, and I think we need to go back to his notes and things. He's late now, but I think there is a very exciting bit of this research still uncovered. And I think because of Linda's shortage of time, because we're having problems in the chemistry department. We've had a fire a couple of weeks back there, trying to get all the chemical side completed. So I think this study would eventually come up with something quite exciting, at least to establish the last known, in inverted commas, populations that were, in inverted commas, alive in the Palmeat River. Sorry, I won't add any more. I don't want to take any more of your time.
No, not a problem. Again, you're making quite valid points. And in terms of collections, I think we are lucky in KZN because we do have the Natal Herbarium, which would be housing Medley wood collections. I think that should be a nice starting point for Linda if she's interested to.
No, whether he's interested or not, he'll be forced to do that. Sorry, I'm a taxonomist. He has to do that.
All right. Okay. No, okay. Thanks a lot, Snow, as well as Linda. Okay.
Not a problem.
All right, colleagues. Thank you again. For these presentations, especially the students. It seemed as if we were having a problem to get hold of the presenter who we skipped earlier. So I think in the interest of time, maybe we'll try to connect with her. I'm not sure whether she's having some technical glitches or internet connection, because we know that at least this week we are spared for load shedding, so it's surely it's not load shedding. But before maybe I close the session, out of respect, because on the house we've got Rob, who's the lead, principal lead from UKZN, maybe to say one or few things before we close the session, because my concern is that maybe on the next session we might not have time, but maybe can I give Rob at least 2 minutes, to say one or few words, because he didn't get an opportunity earlier to say something. Rob, can you say one or two words, especially with regards to what we are trying to uncover, as well as maybe the way forward, what's happened after all these presentations? I'm just putting you on the spot, sorry.
Thanks, Misa. Can we just ask for the screen sharing to stop, please?
All right, here we go.
That's great, thanks. And afternoon, colleagues, and thanks, Lisa, for the invitation. I just want to thank everyone for the presentations, and I think the presentations reflect on what we've tried to achieve with the third phase. There's quite a diversity of presentations on a number of different topics. I think there's also quite a strong focus on areas that we hadn't been dealing with before, which are coming through with our theme of the rivers source to sea, and which are bringing up new dimensions that would be of assistance to the city in terms of different kinds of issues that we might not have dealt with before. And I think that's very exciting. I think it's broadened both the participants in the program, but also the potential of the program to contribute to the municipality's service delivery mandate. So I think that's really exciting. And I think it does provide then also a challenge for us to think about how do we now look at phase 4? What would be the agenda for phase 4? And colleagues who've been part of the program for a while would have recalled that with each step, we become more inclusive and more generalized in terms of different types of disciplines that are involved, and also in terms of the types of areas that we do research in. And so I think that is exciting to see the results coming out from phase 3. So congratulations to all the presenters, but also exciting to see the potential for their take-up and how they can influence our thinking going forward. I think particularly the presentations that delve into the marine area have certainly stretched us further. We were very much focused on the terrestrial and then the freshwater realm. And there are obviously issues where everything is connected together, and that becomes apparent in when we look at the presentations that are being made. So I think certainly food for thought going forward. Thanks, Lisa.
All right, thank you so much, Rob, for that. Sean, again, from our side, from the side of the city, can you say maybe one or two words? Again, I'm just putting you on the spot. I know we are trying we'll go on lunch, maybe 12:15, but it's nice to have these weekly engagements. I know that we are hungry, but few minutes won't kill anyone. Sean, do you want to say something?
No, thanks very much. And I'd like to echo Rob's words. And I think there were some really great presentations with recommendations to the city. And one of the things that I've really enjoyed about this third phase is how tailored the work is to providing us with guiding knowledge so that we can implement that as a city. Maybe if I can take 1 second to just tell everyone, our Municipal Institute of Learning, who are helping us communicate this event on social media at the moment, will also help us do a popular sort of release afterwards to let everyone know what happened. But then also we're going to work with Mile to produce a lessons learned document. So we would really look to the presenters today to please think about, what did you learn? What was the context of your study? Why was it important? What did you learn? And what can you recommend to us as a city that we need to do? What sort of management decisions we need to take? Because we'd love to get that information from you so that we can produce this learning document. And then as for us as a coordinating department, we will make sure that this document goes to the appropriate departments in the municipality, like the air quality management unit for the study earlier and all that kind of stuff. So thanks very much. I really, really enjoy these days' presentations, and congratulations to all the students for getting through the difficulties of technological challenges and our need for draconian timekeeping. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Sean. Our colleagues, again, thank you. We appreciate you, and yeah, we value your contribution. Can we take a lunch break? I think because I'm generous, can we come back at 12:50, not 12:45, so then we can have I think 35 minutes will be enough. Can colleagues come back? The next session is quite interesting because it's not just students doing their master's or PhD, but some they're just critically looking at the work that has been done by under DREP, especially the first presentation. So it's the one that will be done by Jessica, not only focusing on DREP, but other international or global case studies. So the next session will quite be interesting. So can we come back at 12:50 so we can proceed? Thank you, colleagues, and enjoy your lunch. We'll see you at 12:50. Thanks. Quite an interesting this will be quite an interesting presentation, especially to us city officials, because whatever they've been doing can be used, with us, in terms of our motivating for the next phase, which is phase 4. So over to you, Nolwazi and Perseverance. So I'm not sure how you, I think we are doing the presentation together, so it's up to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Loud and clear, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bengu. Perseverance and I will be sharing what we've been doing for the past 2.5 months as research assistants. So I'll start and then Perseverance will take over. So as research assistant, we were tasked with collecting and summarizing research outputs from past DREP students, research fellows, postdoc, and PIs. So the research outputs that we were looking for were peer-reviewed papers. This will include research articles, literature reviews, short communication, among others. So we're also collecting work reports and policy documents, conference outputs, science magazine articles. So we peer-reviewed literature using Web of Science, Google Scholar, and UKZN library database. We were looking for papers and theses that were funded by DREP to source information. We used the following keywords. So we used Durban Research Action Partnership, Buffalo's Dry, KwaZulu-Natal Sandstone Sour Faults, Global Environmental Change, Durban Metropolitan Open Space System, Reforestation Research, Itaquini Municipality, and we also use student names and surnames. So the search was limited to literature published from 2011 to 2021, since the program started in 2011. We also sent emails to students with missing theses from UKZN database and Google Scholar. We visited the UKZN library database to collect theses, And we checked LinkedIn, ResearchGate, Facebook, and Twitter for updated career activities and to get contact details and to connect with the students that were missing information that we needed. We also emailed research supervisors to request theses and papers and recent contact details of the students with where we failed to get the student on emails. We also called students that did not reply to emails. So far we got 51 responses. So from the 51 responses, two students said they were not comfortable with answering questions or providing the information that we needed. We had a challenge because we had students with 10 invalid emails, and then we had students that promised to get back to us, but we still haven't heard from them. So we managed to collect 40 theses, 80 papers. This will include research articles, literature reviews, and short communications, and 4 working reports, 11 science magazine articles, and 45 conferences attended. So from the 51 that responded, 4 students noted that they didn't finish their studies. So we also created a publication database. So this database has all the information of papers that are published under DUREP. So it has a title, author's name, the journal the paper was published on, the date, the study sites, the theme, the projects fall under, the method used, the findings, policy recommendations, and future research. So I'll stop sharing and show you briefly the publication database that we are currently working on. So this is the database. So currently we have managed to upload 80 papers. So we've created a hyperlink so that if you click in the title, it takes you back straight to the paper online. So we are still working on this database. We are hoping to add more information as we get papers from students. So Perseverance will take over. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm just going to be presenting the results part of what Mnolwazi have been presenting about. So we thought that it would be good to just get maybe like an overall view of all the degrees that have been enrolled, that students have been enrolled at from 2011 until now. And from the data sets that we had, we were able to get that 12 were honors students, 39 individuals being MSc, 17 PhDs, 4 postdoc, and 5 research fellow. We also thought that it would be good if we could group the degrees that students are enrolled under different themes, and we could see that from all the different themes. Normally, we have the highest number of master's students, followed by PhD students. Then we have your postdoc or your research fellows, as well as honors student. And from the early phases, normally the program would enroll honor students, but as we're progressing towards 2021, the majority would just be master's, PhD, as well as research fellow or postdoc. We also thought that we would just put an overall statistics of the overall gender of everyone that were involved and the ones that are currently involved. And from that, from the data that we have, we were able to deduce that the majority, being 62%, are females and 38% are males. And even from today's presentation, I think we could tell that we normally have more of female students than male students. We also did look at the data set, and we grouped them in terms of ethnicity. And we could tell that from when the program started until now, all the races have been covered, with the majority being Blacks. And we also have on the second place, we have 21.7% being white. Then we have Indians being 19.3%. Then last, we have Coloureds, which are 3.6%.
as Unolazi was mentioning, that for papers, it's either we would relying on the responses from students as well as the search that she was mentioning. And from those, we were able to get this information. So we could see that with regards to papers published, there's this increase that we can see from 2014 to 2016, and then followed by this decline from 2017 to 2018. However, the numbers have seemed to be increasing again from 2019 until 2021, even though with, I'm sorry about that. Even though with 2020, I think we could easily see that the COVID regulations, they had a huge impact on the number of papers being published. However, it seems like the majority of people, they are back to the new normal. So we have numbers increasing again. With regards to, we also did, I'm so sorry about that. We also did attended conferences. So these results, they were mainly based on the responses that we got, even because we haven't got all the responses from everyone, but this is what we were able to graph from the answers that we got. And we were able to see that there has been, the conference attendance have been increasing from 2014 to 2017. However, there's this decrease that we can observe from 2018 up until now. And from 2020 to 2021, I think we can also see that the COVID have a huge impact as the numbers are decreasing. Nolazi have already shown you the spreadsheet where we did a publication database. We also thought that it would be a good idea to have all the thesis information that is extracted from thesis in one document. So we did this table where we'll just take the topic of that the student is working on. We take their summary of findings, then we also take their policy recommendations. So this is just going to be one document with all the theses that we managed to get from UKZN library, as well as from the students that were able to email us their theses. So in conclusion, even though we were planning on using a lot of social media platforms to get information, but we ended up getting very detailed information from them because we had challenges like, for example, on LinkedIn, you need to connect with the individuals before you can even send them their email, send them a direct message, and also they would take time to reply. As Unolas was also saying, some individuals, they were not comfortable with sharing information with us. And for example, I could remember one said that she does not know me, so she's not gonna share her information with me. And also some students seem to be uncertain about their involvement under DREP. And so with those one, we're able to constantly communicate with them and make them understand as to how they were part of DREP. So we ended up getting response from some students, others we never got their response. And also there were delayed responses as some people were doing their field work, and others, they would say that they're prioritizing their own work because it's the late time of the year. So they would answer us late. But however, I think in overall, sending follow-up emails every week was the main source that enabled us to get all the information that we have so far. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I'm not sure, I know you still want to say something before I open this to the floor.
No, I am done.
All right. Thank you to both of you. Really, especially to us who are involved in DREP. It's something that we've been looking towards to. Much appreciated on the great work that you've been doing, especially with us being given some funds to critically evaluate DREP. So whatever you guys have been doing, will add into that. So let me not take time off the floor. So I'm noting you only. And do you have another hand so then I can take maybe two? Okay, let's start with you only, and then let's see if we get another hand. Prof. Ntanga. All right, thank you. Yes.
Okay, thanks so much. And thanks to the presenters. Well done for such a job within a short period of time. I think this is very good progress. Just two comments. The first presenter, I think you mentioned that there are some students who didn't finish their studies within the DREP. If I got you correctly, you said 4. Did you investigate as to why they couldn't finish these studies? Are there any reasons? That's the first question. And then, okay, you can answer that one. Okay, that's fine.
Yes, I have sent a follow-up email asking for reasons not to complete their studies. They haven't gotten back to me as yet.
Oh, okay, so something that is in the pipeline. Okay, that's great.
Yes.
Okay, then the other one is just a comment on the graph that you showed perseverance on the conference attendance. That graph, you showed it in absolute numbers. It might be interesting for you to standardize that by looking at the percentage of the students who attended conference over the total of registered students within that particular year, so that we can see the trends, whether in a particular year there was indeed an increase or a decrease in the conference attendance. It's just a comment. Thanks, Miso.
All right, thank you so much, Oni. Do you have another set of questions or comment to Nolo at the end? Okay, so I see that Matthew has put something. So let me just read as it is, because regarding policy recommendation by researchers, does this include management actions needed or suggestion to, or just how research fits into policy? So I'm not sure whether this is addressed to you or to the whole floor, but maybe can you just elaborate? Because I feel that maybe your question might be outside the scope of the work that was given to RAs, but let me just give you an opportunity to elaborate.
Thanks very much, Smiso. Yeah, I just saw as one of the outputs from the thesis, the guys evaluated policy recommendations, and I was just wondering if it's strictly focused on policy recommendations or other suggestions towards the city. And so maybe it's more open to the guys at Itaquini in general, not necessarily the findings. Smiso, did you hear that?
Sorry, I was on mute. No, Matthew will respond to you as Itaquini officials. I'm trying to, let's just, before we let these two RAs, which did a fantastic job, leave, let me just go through the chat section just to check if there are any specific questions before we maybe open the floor or Itaquini officials to respond to your question. I see that Luen was saying that she didn't receive a question name, and Preshnee responded that, yeah, you guys you'll do a follow up with her. So just make sure that everyone, that means now you can include the current students within the current phase, engage with them, you know, it should be important to us, you know, because we want to make sure that everyone who has been part of DREP, you know, has been conducted. Let me just check if there's another one. All right, no, I think I've covered. No, then no, thank you so much for your presentation. So let me again go to what Matthew was asking again, because I didn't read the whole thing. So Matthew, you were asking about the policy recommendation, and can you just again a minute, because I'm trying to check your chat, but I've seems to lost it on the chat section. What do you mean about the policy recommendation before we respond as Itaquini officials?
Yeah, thanks, Samiso, again. I think it was just a technicality in the methodology for evaluating the contributions of the thesis to Itaquini specifically through policy making, or does it include management actions? So when we evaluate the outputs of DREP, are we evaluating just the policy recommendations or other management actions or suggestions by these theses? Thanks.
I think it should include everything. And by the way, we are busy trying to get an independent reviewer who will do an intensive work besides what our RAs have done. So we're in the process of getting a reviewer who will again look into these contribution, whether it's around policy development or it's around management actions, just to say what sort of recommendations that have came through DREP have been implemented as practice within the city, and then also in terms of the policy direction or policy development within the city, as through the research that has been done. So we're in a process of getting the independent reviewer who will be providing an intensive work on that, so by now we should have at least appointed that person, but unfortunately, strangely, we're quite struggling to attract. But yeah, for sure, as steering committee member, we'll alert you, and then maybe they will also engage with you in terms of the work that has been done. All right. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Simi. So I just thought it would be good to include more than just policy making, because it leads into kind of high outputs overall. So thanks for that clarity. That helps a lot.
Yeah, no, for sure, it's on just policy. Thank you. Okay, the next person, she was part of DREP back in the years, Jessica. I think now she's with Stellenbosch, if I'm not mistaken, So, and then again, she's moving along the lines of evaluating these partnership, but again, not only focusing on DREP, but on other global case studies. So Jessica, when you are ready, the floor is yours. So you can just upload us with your presentation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Smiso. Hi, everybody. Good to be here with you all. Smiso, can you confirm that you can see my slide?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, thanks everyone. It's really nice to be here. It makes me feel a little bit homesick. I was part of DREP as a research fellow and coordinator, playing a similar role to what Preshnee does in 2013, 2014, which is now almost 6 years ago. So yeah, it's really good to be back. And quite soon after I left, there was a really nice opportunity for me to join a group of people working on a multi-case analysis around the world on co-production case studies. And it was a toss-up for me at the time to offer or to bring DREP in as a case study, or the TITSA project, which is the project that I was then starting to get involved with and am still involved with here in the Eastern Cape. But yeah, so we decided to go with DREP, and thanks to Smiso and Preshnee, who were also really helpful in providing up-to-date insights and information to help us with that analysis. So I'm presenting this, yeah, as a kind of, in some ways it's a bit of a retrospective, and I'm really curious to hear from all of you whether what I'm presenting here still fits and holds. And I also just want to thank DREP for the opportunities I had. It takes a while for you to realize how much you learn in different work environments. And I really did a huge amount of learning and growing during my time at DREP, and I really, really appreciate that. So this is based on a paper that was recently published in Nature Sustainability with a huge number of co-authors, as you can see. And it is not open access anymore. It was, but if anyone would like a copy, just let me know. I'll happily share that. And there's also a second sister paper out of the same set of cases and analysis that's coming out hopefully in the next month or so in Global Environmental Change. So what we did was to co-produce a study on co-production, kind of trying to walk the walk in a way, walk the talk. What do we mean by co-production? It's a mode of doing work that's widely applied to address sustainability challenges. And basically, co-production initiatives are designed to connect diverse sectors or stakeholders and sustainably develop ecosystems at local to global scales. So similar terms include transdisciplinarity and other related terms, but for the sake of this analysis, we use the concept of co-production. And although co-production is proliferating around the world, many questions remain about the concepts and methods that define and make up co-production. So there were 42 of us who came together to collaborate to co-produce this study. And the main thing we did was to map out commonalities and differences among our cases. So there were 32 cases from 6 continents. And in doing so, the questions we were asking ourselves were, how do our co-production approaches differ? Why do they differ? And what are the implications of these differences? So the map here shows the 32 cases that were included in the analysis, and DREP is on the map there, number 11. And yeah, it's just, I think it's really nice and a really nice opportunity for us as Europe to be part of this kind of global analysis, not just to contribute to kind of global knowledge building around these kinds of initiatives, but also to learn from others and learn from this kind of cross-case analysis, which is why I'm here to share the findings and why I'm really grateful as well for this opportunity. So the methods that were used for the study, the first thing to note was really important was that a dialogical approach was taken. So what do I mean by that? Basically, it means that there was an ongoing iteration or moving kind of backwards and forwards between the detailed analysis conducted by the lead author, that's Josephine Chambers, who's currently at Wageningen University, and interrogation of that analysis by the 32 case contributors and their partners. So this is where Smiso and Preshnee also helped over multiple stages. So to make sure that the analysis remained in touch with the details of each of the cases while starting to build a more generalized picture. So there are a number of steps followed in the process. The first was to collaboratively produce a common inquiry framework. So basically to design a set of questions and a shared understanding of what co-production is and what it is that we're looking for. Then to do a systematic case selection, then to collect data from each of the cases using that framework, then a preliminary analysis to test what was called dimensions of difference, and I'll come back to those just now. Then a secondary analysis based on some final analytical dimensions, which were teased out across all the cases. Then statistical analyses to kind of compare and contrast and cluster the different cases, and you'll see some of those results just now. All of this was done according to agreed upon research ethics procedures. So my little disclaimer here is to say that because I was involved as a case contributor and not one of the lead authors designing and implementing the analysis, I don't know the nitty-gritties of the methods, so please resist asking me very technical questions about the methods. I hope to give you enough of a feel for how it was done by highlighting some of the most significant and useful results. So yeah, coming to the results and the findings of the analysis, there are three main areas that I'm going to focus on here. And I do urge everyone to read the paper, and I'll share it. I can actually share it in the chat just now. But basically, firstly, the first one was identifying 4x2, and I'll explain that just now, key differences across co-production cases. So there were 32 cases. They were very diverse. And the first step was to identify in which ways they differ. How were they different from one another? So we identified dimensions of difference. And then the second step was out of that dimensions of difference analysis to do a cluster analysis to then group the 32 cases into 6 distinct modes or clusters of co-production. So those clusters showed us kind of similar initiatives that had similar kinds of differences. I know that's confusing, but basically the differences helped us to cluster the cases. And then the third was to kind of do an analysis and interrogation of those clusters and of the cases to see what that meant for the outcomes and the future of co-production for sustainability. So the characteristics of the cases were used to do an analysis of how those cases are or aren't achieving certain outcomes towards sustainability, and to then identify out of that some key dimensions for success, which will be the kind of main take-home message, I suppose. So the differences, as I mentioned, were as a first step in terms of the findings. So why I said 4x2 is that we identified that there were 4 main ways in which the cases differed from one another. They differed in terms of their purpose. They differed in terms of how they dealt with power and human agency. They differed in terms of how they dealt with politics and power relations. And they differed in terms of pathways. And here pathways, we're talking about impact. So how they sought to bring about sustainability. And then within each of those 4, they're kind of 2 axes or 2 parts. So for example, under purpose, initiatives either aimed to solve problems or they're aimed to reframe problems or somewhere in between. So those were kind of the 2 extremes of purpose. And then this diagram shows you, according to the shading, so the darker the blue or the red or orange, the higher the the number of cases that address that part of purpose. So let me just explain that a little bit more carefully. So for purpose, 4 cases very strongly sought to solve problems. If you look at the numbers at the top there, and under purpose, 10 cases very strongly sought to reframe problems, whereas 3 in the light kind of cream color cases less strongly sought to reframe problems. So that's how this little diagram works. And basically what this is showing us, and I won't go into the details further, but is that these 4 dimensions of difference help us to see the ways in which different cases go about their co-production activities based on these 4 main differences, and based on the ways in which, they deal with these 4 main aspects. So this was then used in this cluster analysis to group the 32 cases into 6 different clusters or groupings. So don't worry about the details, I'll go into them on the next page. I just wanted to show at the top here that this is kind of how the cluster analysis was illustrated, visualized, and how out of this, there were these 6 modes or groups of cases that came out. And that these were analyzed according to these 4 main dimensions that I showed on the previous slide: purpose, power, politics, and pathways. So let me just pause and just explain how that works. So these are the 6 modes of co-production that were identified, or the 6 types of co-production cases, if you like. So the first group or mode or type is researching solutions. The second is empowering voices. The third is brokering power. The 4th is reframing power. The 5th is navigating differences. The 6th is reframing agency. So what these little kind of spider diagrams show is these 4 by 2 equals 8 dimensions of difference mapped out. And it shows for each set of cases how the set of cases or the group of cases prioritize those different dimensions. So the key is down here, and again here I'm not going to go into detail just in the interest of time, but basically what you can see is that the kind of spiderweb shape is slightly different for each of these 6 modes, which shows that they were prioritizing those 8 dimensions of difference in different ways. So I'm just going to go through a few quick examples from each of the 6 groups. Now you may recognize some of the people on the picture in the top, and you may not recognize them because DRAP changes all the time. The faces change. Anyway, so the first example is DRAP, which is in mode 1, which is researching solutions. And the kind of what can I say? The quick description of this example is basically to say that DRAP was formed as, in terms of its purpose, as supporting the municipality in its decision-making, policy-making, and management. And therefore, the scientists are playing quite a strong solution-oriented knowledge production role in partnership with the municipality. The second example from mode 2 is about empowering voices, is from the Letentia Apuerta Ranges in Australia. So this was a knowledge co-production partnership between local Indigenous people, land managers, and researchers to develop, co-develop a book on climate change, and to use that book as a way of developing dialogues with marginalized people in terms of climate change adaptation strategies. Then an example for mode 3, which is about brokering power, is the CBOS initiative. This is led out of Sweden, the Stockholm Resilience Center, but is a global partnership between researchers and CEOs of the biggest seafood companies in the world. So the researchers are trying to play a brokering role in terms of leveraging change at the most kind of powerful levels of big seafood companies. The 4th one is reframing power. So this was an initiative in Peru between a range of different projects and partners involved in pro-conservation and development projects, trying to understand the failures of these projects and what was lying beneath them. And out of that, looking to reframe who has power and ability to influence conservation and development projects. Mode 5 is about navigating differences. The example here is an initiative from Scotland called What Lies Beneath, which is about remapping ocean marine protected areas from a social ecological perspective. So going beyond the usual focus on biodiversity in terms of spatial mapping and conservation to addressing cultural and social values of the ocean. And then the sixth mode is reframing agency. And the example here is from Mexico City, where a tea lab was run with local people in a wetland area in the city to kind of think what their role is in managing the wetlands and managing their resources and having an active role as agents of change in those processes. So those are 6 very quick examples. You can read up about these in a blog that we wrote about this paper. It unpacks these 6 examples quite nicely and shows, the unique differences of the different ways of doing knowledge co-production work. So I'm checking the clock here, and I know Smiso probably also is. I've got 20 minutes in total, and I've got about 3 more minutes of talk time, which leaves us with a few minutes for question time. So I think we're on track. So the third section of the findings of the study looks at the outcomes and future for co-production. And a first aspect of this is to look at the unique opportunities and critical risks of the different modes of co-production. And I don't expect you to read the tiny text on the slide, but the point is that within each of these 8 kind of dimensions of difference that we identified, they come with specific opportunities and critical risks that need to be considered in terms of how one designs and supports and facilitates co-production processes. So I thought I would just pick one example, which is from mode 1, our mode, if you like, the one that DRAP falls into. And what we identified here is that while mode 1 cases, and remember DRAP's not the only one, I think there are almost probably 8 or 10 cases in this one, quite a big cluster. While this mode of co-production does support environmental decision-making, it risks an overemphasis on scientific knowledge at the expense of other knowledge forms, for example, indigenous knowledge. So that's one of the potential risks of this kind or this mode. However, building new working relationships and increasing knowledge and capacities are widely recognized as important outcomes for sustainability, which are often generated through this mode of co-production. So then the last critical point in terms of findings is a kind of analysis that was done to identify the key dimensions of success. So what are the aspects within these cases of co-production that lead to successful outcomes for sustainable development and better management of ecosystems? So there are 9 of them, and I'll probably go through them too quickly now, but I'm happy to share this, and as I say, it's all in the paper. Highly collaboratively designed and practiced processes, very effective facilitation across social political differences, very supportive funding arrangement and broader context, extensive effort to monitor, process, and results-oriented outcomes, strong levels of social cohesion and trust among actors, use of narratives that frame issues constructively, engagement with actors that work at higher scales during the process, collaborative process that continue to engage over long periods, and processes that connect work across local, regional, and national or global scales. So I think an interesting thing could be for us in DRAP to kind of look through these and see how we're doing on these dimensions within DRAP. There's some that stand out to me straight away. I think the supportive funding is one that we've really got going really well. I think the long periods of kind of ongoing collaboration is really key as well. So we can do more of that, but it's interesting, I think, to have a look at those more critically in terms of our own work in DRAP. So I think what I'd like to close with is that this paper offers us an opportunity for reflection. What the study has done is to interrogate the diverse assumptions behind the purpose of co-production practices, the ways of navigating power and politics, and the presumed pathways to sustainability. The various kind of findings in the paper offer heuristics or tools that can be used to support researchers in practice to navigate the trade-offs and risks associated with different ways of weaving knowledge, action, and change. And what we as the big group of co-authors of the paper encourage is the application of these heuristics and tools as a reflexive tool to open dialogue and strengthen transparency in the design choices of co-production processes. So I'll leave you with 3 questions. Firstly, does this analysis and how DRAP fits into it ring true for you? Why or why not? Secondly, what might be the benefits or risks of reframing how DRAP works with this notion of co-production? And thirdly, which of the key dimensions of success could DRAP strengthen and how? So I just want to say a very big thank you to Josie Chambers, who led us all in this quite big endeavor of analyzing all these cases. Thanks again to Preshnee and Smiso, who also contributed important insights. And there's a whole bunch of media resources that have been developed around this that you can follow up with. Thank you for your attention and for having me here.
Just thank you so much, Jessica. Thank you. You've went into details, with the co-production of knowledge. Colleagues, let me allow colleagues to have questions, and engage with Jessica. She just presented quite a mouthful, and then I guess that Jessica, we can also, if we're interested in the paper, do you have it and you don't have a problem with us sharing it?
Yes, Miso, I'll happily send it to you, but I can also try and upload it here if I can figure out. I don't always manage to upload onto chat as easily as others. I'll give it a try.
No, it's fine. You can always give it to us after this session, so then we can circulate it to everyone. So then people will have an opportunity to read and then also try to relate on your presentation. Colleagues, can I take maybe one or two hands, because me and Preshnee were quite involved as Jessica mentioned. So some of the things, we are quite aware of them. So I'm just giving colleagues an opportunity to ask questions around knowledge co-production. Okay. All right, Jessica, thank you so much for coming and agreeing to be part of this. And then we appreciate your presence here. And, yes, Sean. Sorry, I don't see your hand.
There's questions in the chat.
Oh, thank you. Jeez. Well, let me just go. Okay. Where's my chat? Thanks, Sean. Okay. All right, Jessica, maybe because there are quite a couple, because you are no longer sharing your screen, can you just have your attention to the chat session and then maybe people and try to respond to them, because there are not that many.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Miso. Rafila had some interesting questions. Hi, Rafila, nice to meet you. How did we go about choosing participating countries? Yeah, that's an interesting question. It was somewhat opportunistic, but also with a little bit of systematic approach as well. So Josie initiated that process and did a lot of presentations at different conferences and workshops to invite people to participate. She then followed up with a Google Scholar search of co-production initiatives. And the main aim in terms of identifying participating countries and cases was to find a diversity of cases and a broadly global representation of cases. So the criteria were very much about diversity and representation across a wide number of regions, places, cases, contexts, etc. And then very importantly, a willingness from the case contributors to contribute to the analysis and the work, because it was quite a rigorous and kind of engaged process. So those were the main criteria. Did we draw any specific differences between the North and Global South? Yeah, nice question. We wondered about doing this, but decided not to because, yeah, for various reasons, but it felt important to not overemphasize that dichotomy in the analysis, because it felt like even within Global North and Global South, there are distinct differences between cases and contexts. And so we decided not to look for that difference. But that is a good question. Yeah. I think those are all the questions. Sean's making comments about getting grey. Sean, you've always been a bit grey, don't be silly.
All right, sorry, Jessica. There's a I think there's a question from Rob. I saw his hand is up. Rob, can you shoot?
Thanks, and hi, Jessica. Nice to hear from you again, and well done on this.
Thanks.
Two questions. The one is, when you were thinking about the analyses, and I know you didn't necessarily frame or conduct them all, did you look at it more than just a dualism, but more of a pluralism? In other words, that there's more of a continuous relationship rather than the dichotomy that you kind of indicated the analysis was done on. And the second one was whether you considered each of the case studies in terms of their priority being economic or social or environmental outcomes. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. That question of kind of dualizing things is an important one. I'm going to sidestep a little bit because I think the main intention with Josie and the team who were doing the analysis was to quite quickly kind of cluster things in order to start doing the more detailed analysis within the clusters. And so, yes, that probably forced cases into boxes where they might have been overlapping, but it was seen as an important step to be able to move on to the next step. So I think they'd be interesting. There definitely are overlaps, but those weren't really explored for a kind of for pragmatic reasons, if I could say. And then remind me of your second question. Sorry, I went blank.
It was whether there was an assessment of the main focus or outcome of each of the case studies being more economic, more social, or more environmental.
The outcomes. Yeah, that was in the initial analysis. And that is captured to some extent under that pathways dimension. So what are the pathways to impact? Within that, the outcomes were kind of organized in terms of what you're saying, economic, social, ecological, and how they were or weren't achieved. What's really interesting actually is that a lot of, while there were quite clear differences in terms of economic, social, ecological, etc., as one would expect, quite a lot of projects felt unable to commit to having actually achieved outcomes. And that actually reminds me a little bit of the early days of DRAP, where we felt like we could maybe speak to some kind of organizational outcomes or knowledge outcomes, but not so much to socio-economic, ecological ones yet because of the timeframes. So that question of how long it takes to achieve outcomes became quite an important one for a lot of the cases, rather than which outcomes people were going for. Yeah.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Rob, for that question, and then also thanks to Jessica. So I think we can proceed again. Thank you, Jessica. And yeah, Preshnee, can you assist me with putting the program again back so then I know who's the next speaker? Okay, it's Mangali. So we'll be looking at the role of local government in city branding. So and then the case studies again, it's our municipality, Ecology municipality. So over to you, sir. You know that right now, you know, don't have to talk about the time. So try to keep it on time. You know, so we are right at the end of the session. So yeah, let's keep our presentation coming, but time. Let's be very conscious of that. Can you start sharing? And yeah, over to you. Thanks.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. My name is Simangaliso Bayabanga Zulu, and I am from UKZN, the School of Management, IT and Governance in Pietermaritzburg campus. I would like to declare that this study hasn't been, like the data hasn't been collected yet. So I'm still at the early stages of my PhD project, and the supervisor is Prof. Piri. So the title is The Role of Local Governments in City Branding in the Case of Itaquini Metro Municipality. Okay. I would like to begin this presentation with the words from Lee Chandler, who's the Chief Marketing Officer of the Discover Puerto Rico. So this is a company situated in an island country in the Atlantic Ocean. And she mentioned that tourism is an economic engine, and as a private organization, it is our responsibility to work beyond the political challenges most of our cities and countries face and focus on the convergence. So it's basically an important thing that the organizations, including the cities as well, they focus on improving the economic state of a city, and also not focus on any political challenges, because that might affect the branding of the city. So the objectives of this study is that the researcher wants to examine the role of local governments in city branding, in this case, which is Itaquini, and to explore the branding strategies of the Itaquini Metropolitan Municipality, and to determine the city branding contribution to the LED, which is the local economic development, and lastly, to identify the factors that affect leaders in local governments to successfully do their job, execute their duties, and provide the effective leadership. So the problem that underpins this study, or the issue that made the researcher to investigate this topic in the case of Itaquini, is that the Itaquini municipality has not been very successfully at making the city competitive enough to attract the needed investments from investors across the world. And the local government has also not been able to effectively market the city to the outside world, to make known of its inherent potentials in the city. And the City Council has not been able to put together and implement the economic development and the city branding strategies as done successfully by many of their counterparts in the world, such as the New York City, the Amsterdam, Dubai, Tokyo, Paris, Moscow. So these are successful cities that has been branded effectively and successfully in the world. So the Itaquini, or the city of Durban, hasn't reached this stage whereby it is a desirable place to visit or live or work in. So that is why the researcher decided to investigate this issue. If I may look at the term of the local government, which I trust everyone is aware of it. A few weeks ago, we come from the local government elections, and all the political parties were campaigning, and all of us were aware of what they were mentioning in their campaigns. And the local government, it's basically give the basic necessities such as the local services. They preserve the life and the liberty of its residents. They create a space for democratic participation, and also support the market-led and environmentally sustainable local government. And according to Lopez, Litter, and Belloc, they pointed out that the brand must serve as the basis for branding the places in order to differentiate them, and also highlight their anthropological and cultural differences, therefore transcending the initial exclusive focus on the economic dimension. So in other words, this means that each and every city in the world, it has its inherent potentials that the city can use the city can use as a branding strategy in order to attract investment. And the city branding strategy, it's a concept that supplies the city with the policy to sustain the local development, to create employment opportunities, and attract the needed investments. So in other words, the city branding means being a powerful tool to face the increasing wild competition for resources, for investment, tourism facilities, both for addressing the crucial social issues and also the cultural variation. This is basically a diagram that shows how to brand the city. And these diagrams, it includes the body parts and the spirit parts. The body part represents actually the tangible aspects of the city, and the spirit part, it constitutes the intangible parts of the city. So these are the factors that the city should focus on in order to successfully brand the city of Itaquini. On the body part, it's the infrastructure, the economy, and the safety of the tourists and also the current residents. And also on the spirits phase is the diversity, culture, and creativity. The proposed methods and materials for this study is the mixed method approach. So the researcher has adopted the mixed method approach using a qualitative and quantitative methods for data collection and analysis. And the decision to select this approach, it stemmed from the problem statement and also the gap in knowledge. And the explanatory design, it's also known as an explanatory sequential design, which is a two-phase mixed method design that was selected by the researcher. So this design, it starts with the collection and analysis of quantitative data and followed by the subsequent collection and analysis of qualitative data. Now the sample will focus on the city central government. The quantitative sample size of 350 participants will be drawn from the 10 administrative clusters, and the qualitative sample size of 20 participants will be selected from the city council. So the researcher employed Krejci and Morgan strategy for sample size determination in order to arrive at this number. This slide presents the most important section of the study, which is the anticipated results. As I've mentioned, that the data hasn't been collected yet. However, the researcher anticipates that these will be the results that will be drawn from the study. So the lack of leadership is associated with the protest actions. And the protest actions, they result in the bad image. So there's actually no investor or tourist in the world that they would like to come and invest in a city that has protest actions now and then. So that is actually a bad image that the city reflects into the world. And also the political instability has a bearing effect on the city branding. So we've seen, for instance, the former mayor of Itaquini has been involved in corruption, to be specific, from the Department of Durban Solid Waste, a corruption case of a multi-million rand tender. So there's also no investor that would like to invest in a city that has a political instability with the leaders who are involved in corruption. The historical, geographical, and cultural factors such as the performing arts, museums, these are the features or the inherent potential in the city of Itaquini. These does not have an effective professional representation network and a platform in the national and international level. And also, the city branding attracts the foreign direct investment, the homelessness in the city, and the slums areas in the city. They also affect the image of the city. And especially the media, they are the ones who are involved in the passing the news about the homelessness and the slums in that particular area. So the mayor's initiative, such as the city budget for marketing, it's very, very crucial in the iconic cultural branding, and also in the I Love Durban, which is in the Department of Durban Tourism. So branding process of the city needs to move to an advanced stages if all the deficiencies are removed with an attempt to build a professional image in the world. So this is another important slide for this particular presentation. It's the managerial implications. What are practical managerial implications that the study hopes that the City Council adopt? Firstly, the infrastructure development. Infrastructure development is key to economic development. The maintenance of the infrastructures in the city is the key to the economic development, and also the upgrading of the essential infrastructures should be accelerated by the policymakers, such as the old buildings, the roads, railways, telecommunication, modern infrastructural parks, etc. So these are important elements that the city needs to look at and also upgrade so that the potential investors and tourists can come to invest in the city. And also to stop corruption with immediate effect. I think corruption is one of the factors that impact or discourages the investment in any city or country in the world, not only in the city of Durban or KwaZulu-Natal or South Africa, but in the world. So corruption, it's an epidemic in the city, as I have made an example of one of the former mayor in the city of Durban who has been involved in a corruption scandal of in the Department of Durban Solid Waste. It's a multi-million corruption case, and the city central government and the law enforcement agencies should deal with all the corruption cases should the city wishes to encourage the inward investment from different investors in the world. And also there is a need for a structured plan to partner and re-engage or start new engagement with the Western cities. For example, New York, Amsterdam.
2 minutes.
So, okay.
2 minutes, Makeba, sorry.
This is the last slide. Thank you. To partner and re-engage with the Western cities and some of the EU countries. For example, the City Credit Witness Initiative by the World Bank. And also to form a city business model, which will bring together the leaders from business, government departments, universities, and the third sector and the other fields to enhance the Durban economic, social, cultural, and environmental conditions and make it a competitive and a livable global city. The committee collaborates with the government authorities on issues such as the transport, planning, improvement of the infrastructure, talent, employment, deliverability, and organizes publications and the events such as the intra-African trade, which is currently happening in the Durban International Convention Center. So those are one of the aspects that investors from different parts of the world wishes to see. And thank you very much for lending me your ears, and that was it. Thank you so much.
Okay, but thank you so much for this presentation. It's always nice to get someone with a different perspective, because since this morning we've been, I guess, you know, our presentation around the conservation sector, if I can just group everything, we're around like a conservation sector, but now we are moving towards the economic development. Before maybe I raise my own personal questions or maybe suggestions or comment, can I allow colleagues an opportunity to interrogate or provide some clarity to ask questions if there are any? Otherwise, we can proceed. So let me just check if there's any hand, or because I've just checked on the chat section, I don't see any comment. So do we have any questions for Umakeba? Okay. All right. If not,
I would like to ask a question, please. I can't find my hand to raise it.
No, it's fine. I think, is that Lee?
That's right. Good morning. Good afternoon.
All right. No, you can proceed, Lee.
Yeah, thank you for that very interesting presentation. As you say, a different perspective. Two things came to mind in terms of positioning the city and advertising. The first is that by encouraging a lot of permanent visitors to arrive, it has the advantage of keeping the labor rate low, but obviously there's a balance there where you don't want to have too many hopeful people filling up every corner of the city and the open spaces. That's the one aspect I think needs to be touched on. And the other one is just pure cleanliness in terms of comparing different cities, where it's certainly a challenge, and the newspapers picked up on that, where as a result of whether it's maintenance or infrastructure, just the very tidiness and the neatness and the safety and feeling safe in the city is important. And I don't know if it was understated in your presentation or not. I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee, for that comments. I guess there were more comments than questions. I think, Makeba, before I let you go, perhaps, and maybe it would be nice to, I will try to link you up with our Durban tourism guys, or even the economic development, just to share your ideas, especially your presentation. You know, maybe they can even assist you in terms of shaping it if they are feeling that there are certain aspects that maybe you overlooked, you know, because sometimes when you are working within the city, there are certain things that as an outsider you don't understand, you know. So sometimes it should be nice, you know, if we can link you with these people who are involved in these spaces. Nice presentation, and then a nice style, and then I'm hoping that it's got a potential, you know, to add value into the work the city that is doing. You know, it should be quite interesting also to note that, you know, you didn't touch base on the issue of the challenge that most of the developing city are facing, the issue of informal settlements. You know, where do they fit in the whole thing? But again, you know, I don't want to go into that space, but we'll try to connect with the responsible department, which its key mandate, it's around marketing Durban. You know, what your study is doing, it's quite, you know, it's quite mouthful, and then we're hoping that it will add value to the work of the city. Thank you, and yeah, we'll be in touch. You know, we'll try to connect with the right officials within the city, because I say that we are still on an initial stages of your PhD, so it would be nice if we can get the responsible department involved right at the beginning, so that your results or whatever your project uncovers does fit directly to the work that they are doing. So just to avoid the sense where you do something and then it's just shelves within UKZN libraries, and then no one is using it. So we are trying to bridge that gap. Thank you so much again for doing this presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Miss. All
right, thank you. Preshnee, can you please share again the program? Sorry, you know, it's easy if it's you shared it, otherwise I can open it on my computer. Makeba, can you stop sharing so Preshnee can open the program for the day, so then we know where we are and then how are we doing with time.
Okay.
And Makeba, before I let you go, I'm not sure that Preshnee did, because I see that your project is still on in proposal stage, if I'm not mistaken. Are you aware that we can share your presentation? Are you comfortable with that? So we'll know. If you are not, just let us know, because you know, your case is quite different. It's easy for our DRF students, you know, they are aware of that, but you coming outside, you know, I just want to emphasize that your presentation will be shared. Are you comfortable with that? If not, you know, just let us know before we distribute it.
No, it's okay. I'm comfortable. You can distribute it.
All right, perfect. Preshnee, I hope you do have a copy of this presentation. All right, can you, okay, I think for this session, I think we are done. You know, we went through all the presentation, And the next session, I think, Preshnee, can you please lead us on the next session, so then it should be easy, because I guess you are the one who's managing even the breakout session. So just so then you can give clear instruction of what people are expected to do in the next, I think it's next 30 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, the breakaway session. So let me just give you that opportunity, Preshnee, to take us through.
Thanks, Miso. Yeah, so we're going to be having these breakout sessions. So there's 3 different ones that's going to be facilitated by Jess, Matthew, and Rafilwe. I think Jessica has to go sharply at 2:15. So we might need someone else in there to just take over the facilitation. What would be really nice is if the facilitators can record the session, so that people can, at least we can, share if there's very interesting discussions that come out. Right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to launch a poll. I just want to see who would like to go into into which session, and then we'll try to make a little bit of a balance so that we can have some nice discussion. Yeah, so if you could just please all vote now, and then when we get a decent number of votes, then we can maybe break out into these sessions. So just pick the one that you really would be very interested in joining, and maybe that you have a little bit of expertise, or something that that you feel you want to contribute, or you just want to be a part of the discussion and just listen in and also participate. Okay, we're about halfway there. I've got quite a few people for transdisciplinary research and for the clean water ecosystem services and restoration. Only 3 in fish ecology, but we did have quite a few talks on that. So hopefully, if a few more people would like to talk about just fish ecology, natural resource management, and sustainability. So it could be quite broad. I mean, I would leave it up to the facilitators to sort of they'll have a few questions that can guide the discussions, but then also that you can bring up whatever topics that are sort of relevant. I do know that these kind of cross over, but we'll try to make it a little bit more focused so we can just get some good outputs out of it.
Preshnee?
Yes.
Just a suggestion. I think if one breakout room session has too few members, maybe we can just divide it into just 2 sessions, and we can have more elaborate conversation.
So what I'm seeing now is I'm going to put the fish ecology and the clean water together, because there's only 3 in fish ecology and 11 in clean water. So I think we'll just have 2, and maybe we'll have just talking about transdisciplinary research, and then I suppose the other side will just be talking very much about all the ecosystem services, restoration, natural resource management, things like that. So I'm going to end the poll now. So I think we'll have these 2. I will open the rooms now. And then you can go into the room. So we will. I'm not sure about times, Miso. I'm not so sure. How long should we give? I did originally give 45 minutes, but that might be too long and might keep people a little bit too long. Shall we say maybe about half an hour at most?
Yeah,
is that too long?
I think 20 minutes, I think, would be fine. So then 10 minutes. 10 minutes
20 minutes.
Be around like reports back. Yeah, yes.
Okay, 20 minutes. So from now, so at 2:20 then, shall we have everybody start coming back? And then we can probably keep to time on. So facilitators, I just encourage you to make sure that people are, that the discussion is moving along, and I hope there's good discussions in these, and I will leave it to everybody to just move into the room that you are interested in. And we will meet back here at 2:20. Could I also ask that the assessors who have been marking the student talks, please email me your score sheets, and then we can have like a little prize giving at the end, and then at least we can have like a live announcement of who won the student talk prizes. So there's 3 prizes for the top 3 student talks.
For those who might be struggling to go to the breakout rooms, I think on your computer there should be a tab saying break rooms in progress. If you just scroll down, you'll see 2 open rooms, transdisciplinary research as well as clean water, and then you click join on the one that you're interested in. I see that quite a number of people, they are still like, they haven't joined any room. So I think the quicker we do that, the better, so the better for everyone, because we are hoping to finish at 2:30. So please, can I ask colleagues to quickly join, these breakout rooms? Thank you.
If you're not so sure how to do it, I can also assign you to a room. If it's if you're not able to figure it out on your side.
Okay, colleagues, I hope people are back from breakaway sessions. Can I get a confirmation that people are back from breakaway rooms? So then they can be, I think, the facilitators can be given an opportunity to report back. As far as I know, we only managed to have 2 breakaway sessions, the transdisciplinary research, and then we combine fish ecology and clean water into one. So we would be having 2 facilitators who would be doing the report back. So Preshnee, the last time I checked, you're still calling people back to the main session from the breakaway sessions.
Yes, the rooms have been closed now, so
Yes.
everybody should be in.
Everyone
main
is in.
meeting, yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thanks, colleagues. I think in the interest of time, because we want to close the event of today before, at least just before 2:45. So can I allow the facilitators to do a report back, starting with, let's start with transdisciplinary research. I'm not sure whether who would be doing that because Jessica has left. So I assume that group might have selected
She
the facilitator.
She put a message. She said that Rob will be giving some feedback, and then she also summarized a little bit in the chat.
All right. So, all right. Well, now I can see. Okay, thank you. Okay, for
Jessica's always been confused. Sean said he would feedback.
Oh, perfect. Sean, can you take us through to what you guys discussed during the transdisciplinary breakaway session?
Yeah, sure, man. Thanks. Yeah.
Right.
So can you hear me?
Yes, loud
Okay.
and clear, Sean.
Thanks. So we were talking about the 3 phases that the Global Environmental Change Research Program has been through, and how we're planning for now 4th phase, because the 3rd phase ends at the end of this year. So Rob started off with an interesting comment. We've been getting better at doing we started off being mostly environmentally focused. Then we brought in the social side as well, and we're getting to grips with that. That's an uncomfortable place for us natural scientists, but we're actually getting quite happy with that now. But we haven't really addressed the economic side so much, particularly things like ecosystem services, evaluations, and stuff like that. So Jessica's comment that she left us with was, when we design for P4, we need to be designing for the socio, the economic, and the environmental outcomes in a more integrated way. The second point we made was that through the 3 phases, we've had an improving process of co-generation of the research questions, generating which questions to do with the UKZN scientists to do, but the actual science itself is very much done at UKZN. So there's not so much co-generation or co-science research happening between the 2 big partners, although EPIC is quite a nice sort of break from that. EPIC is very much sort of a 3-way between the communities, the university, and the city. So reframing the mode, that puts us in mode 1 of the 6 modes that Jessica had. And if we had to reframe it around the co-production, the reframing mode, which is one of another 6 modes, reframing the questions to be much more organic and being developed as the science goes along. That could possibly be strengthened in phase 4 of DRAP, and that's done through a process of trust. And over the years, we've developed our trust quite strongly in DRAP. So that's one of our key assets that we have in the DRAP. And a last one, a point by Colleen, how to connect across local, regional, and global scales, and how does DRAP support the SDGs, and particularly how do government access our research? And so that's quite interesting, because that goes to the nub of what our 2 research assistants are doing to generate the sort of the findings from the research, so we can embed the research into the appropriate sort of line functions in the city and other places. And perhaps in planning for phase 4, we really need to put more effort into developing a measuring system and monitoring the research that's going on, then reporting it as well. But of course, that takes a lot of internal capacity. And usually a lot of our funding goes to the students rather than to the Preshnees of this world. But something we need to look into for phase 4. That's our feedback, Smisa, unless any of my colleagues want to add.
Okay, do you have any takers from your group? Otherwise, I think that was quite an intense work that you guys did in a space of 20 minutes. And then I'm hoping that this feedback will reflect on the reports that will be created, because they capture the essence, of especially all the phases of GEC, and then also what needs to be done. So thank you to your team, Sean, the transdisciplinary research session. So let's go to the second breakaway session, where we combine fish ecology as well as clean water. Who was the facilitator there? Can they take us through to what they've discussed? And yeah, so we can move. Okay, who was the facilitator of the? Well, yes, sorry, Matthew.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think Rafile was kind of concising everything together, but maybe I can just add, being kind of joined in, linked into her group. We did look at how we need to take a catchment management approach when looking at how we manage riverine systems and just clean water in general. And then also like a natural resource management approach. What is that, kind of identifying what indicators there are in the system that represent certain symptomatic issues in the system. So what do we need to be monitoring that is going to give us indication of pollutants in the system? And then we did also just touch on some of the linkages between all these different facets and components. So from fish ecology through to macroinvertebrates to air quality, underground water and surface runoff. All these things are interlinked, and how do we understand these, and perhaps look at unpacking these linkages between the two, but between them all. So that was kind of the idea, was a catchment management approach that can concisely use more indicators within the river system, but looks at it across the landscape. Rafile, I don't know if you'd like to add anything.
Yes, thank you, Matthew. The one thing that just really kept being reiterated, and it's a comment that came from Lee, that we must be careful of looking at the system in silos, in as much as everybody is focused and vested in their own area of study. For instance, the water quality, groundwater, rivers, and also air quality, which leads to climate change. All these ecosystem services, if you will, are interconnected. And if we want to have any meaningful suggestion and impact, we have to look at them holistically. I think it also leads to, what is it that DREP should look into with the next phase, instead of just adding one sort of component at a time. Just maybe bear in mind how all these other already existing systems or projects feed into one another, and try to see if there's any sort of communication that can come out, a bigger sort of communication that can come out of what is already there, rather than just just adding one thing at a time. Yeah, so that we also touched on the connectedness between gases in the atmosphere, or air pollution, and the waters, and also the plastic pollution from my side, where there's a lot of
CFCs and PCBs and PAHs that are released from plastic that get into the atmosphere to add onto the carbon count in the atmosphere. And I know that Siphelele also did a report on a lot of emissions that are caused by industries, and we tried to make that connection into climate change and really asked, what does it mean for the city of Itaquini if we are particularly coming from COP26, where we still want to keep 1.5 alive? What does it mean for the city of Itaquini, and what does it mean to people in low-lying areas? And I think we missed, was it Mavis, who had a presentation that looked at the impact of climate, of rivers and floods and things on low, yeah, so that she could probably just add on to what is it that her suggestion would have been. But we did have suggestion from Clara and them to say everything else is interlinked. And unfortunately, we did run out of time while we're still trying to get into the gist of things. But in a nutshell, that is what we came up with.
Thanks to both of you and your team, Refilo and Matthew. Like the previous group, you managed to cover the important aspects, which is what we're hoping for. And then I can't help to notice that both groups, you do think about what's the future of the next phase, GC phase 4, what needs to be done. Those are the things that you are interested in, so they need to assist us as we move forward. All in all, thank you so much, to all the presenters, the participants, and then to everyone who participated on today's session. As I've indicated earlier, it's quite a difficult time, with us in the city. Most people, they are trying to finish up their work before going on leave. I know the student might be busy doing the write-up of their thesis. So it's quite a critical time for everyone. But anyway, just come and spend time here. It was quite fruitful from the side of the DRI planning team. So I think Preshnee did indicate that right at the end, or in most cases, every time when we're having these student symposium, we always try to select, 3, not saying that other people, they were not good, but we always try to say, these were exceptional. And then I did indicate that there were 3 independent reviewers, in terms of looking at the presentations which were done by the student, looking at the content, the slides, the time. There were all aspects that they were looking for in terms of scoring the students. And we managed to have 3 winners.
So you see my new chat with the updated scores?
Yes,
excellent.
I did. Yeah, okay. Yes, for sure. Yeah, yes.
Okay, so that's the right one.
So we've got 3 students, so as Preshnee was saying, we are having these private messages as since this morning, just to check, okay, what are we doing on this one? So we've managed to pick up 3, not us, but the 3 independent reviewers. So I'll start with number 3. I'm not sure in terms of the prizes, or are they getting anything? Preshnee can elaborate on that. So
yes, so they will be getting book prizes.
Okay,
vouchers.
perfect.
Yes.
All right. So in number 3, we've got UN Africa. So you did well, UN number 3. So congratulations, Pete, that we can't shake your hand. So I'm shaking your hand visually. I'm taking the picture with you. And then number 2, it was Siposa Kemdluli. So I think we need to give her the round of applause again for her fantastic presentation. Nice work. We really enjoyed your presentation. We are hoping that you are learning something as we move forward. And the last and not least, which is number 1, someone who I think did fantastically well. It's a presentation by Mr. Pagamani Masubu. So we really appreciate, again, you did quite well. Your presentation was quite detailed, the use of visuals, your results, the content was quite good as well. So we're hoping that in the future, again, you'll keep on improving. I think I remember in the previous one, I think you're in number 3, if I'm not mistaken. So which means you keep on improving. So, and then again, to all the students, I can't emphasize, the quality of your presentation, the content. Yes, at the end, I was quite strict with time, but, on these cases, if you can't be straight with time, I think by now we'll be still on the second session. So now you need to understand that these things, when you are given 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes, But anyway, I'm not hitting a big stick on you, but I'm trying to make you aware that sometimes we do these things not because we are not interested in your presentation, but overall, all the presentations were quite good. I think to me, we're all the winners. So maybe just to officially close, because I think we are right at the end. We are not, I think we've covered everything on the program, but out of respect, I see Colin as a TRF steering committee member. Can I give you a minute, so as Errol, if you are still here, just a minute each, just to officially close. I'm doing this in respect of the role that you are playing within the TRF steering committee member, in the TRF steering committee level. So I'll start with Colin, and then Errol can officially be the last speaker of this fantastic 2021 TRF steering committee. Thank you.
I'd just like to congratulate Itaquini for the long-term association with UKZN. And what we've seen today is what benefits both to the university and the municipality and to the public in general. So it really is shining light, and we really need to find more funding for this to continue. And it's really wonderful to see some of our graduates now working at Itaquini. So it really has a domino effect. And just thank you to all those who presented today and those that are submitting soon, all the best. And just thank you to everyone for their contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. And then there's Colin from MAL. But Colin from MAL, can you be the last one? Can I allow Errol from the side of the rep steering committee to say one word if he's still around? But if not, can we quickly jump to Colin from MAL? So is Errol still part of this? Or if not, then we can straightly jump to MAL, who has been our partners. And then we really appreciate the role that they've played. It was the first time extending the invite to them, and then they gladly accepted it, and they have been doing fantastic well if you've been following what they've been writing on the social media. So is Errol still online? Okay, so Colin, can I give you an opportunity to say one word in terms of from the side of MAL? And yes, I think we can make it to 2:45. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. We've come to the end of a long, exciting, but insightful day. Program Director, academic partners, our presenters, postdocs, postgraduate students, and city colleagues. I think thank you for the opportunity to offer me a few words in closing towards this exciting annual event on the DREP calendar. I certainly speak on behalf of the working team that I've been working through very closely. I think let me also take an opportunity, take a moment to thank our organizers and event collaborators from EPCPD, UKZN, and from our steering committee members, and certainly it certainly is a demonstration of our collaboration in action. To our dedicated and respected academic supervisors, your student outputs continue to inspire, as these evidence-based research products will contribute to our economic and social policy discussions, program revisions, and vision setting. Lastly, I think to all our presenters, thank you for taking the time in preparing and sharing very insightful findings and key recommendations with us. I think you can each be proud that in defense of your case studies, Certainly, each of you have contributed immensely to the knowledge economy today. Chair, Program Director, I'll leave it at that and hand it over back to you.
All right, thank you to all. And can I officially close the 2021 Durban Student Symposium? Enjoy, and yeah, thank you so much again. Thanks, bye.
Cheers, folks.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Yes, thank you.